Tonight we begin the epic tale of Alexander the Great, a man whose name echoes through history as one of the greatest military leaders of all time. His story is one of ambition, conquest, and destiny. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, on the night of his birth, the temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable. But Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy. But beyond the books and scrolls, he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age, his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, "Am I a bastard then?" Before the entire court he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theatre surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself king of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles, strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, he ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children. But rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror. He was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god-king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the oracle of Ammon at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief. He was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone, it was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor, stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, this was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen. Thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, He turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the Wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucid Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander I. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet, despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived, and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science, and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, the Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant East, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange, that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, the shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the east, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library and the museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, They fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, the struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller, independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality. The American Civil War did not erupt suddenly. It was the culmination of decades of tensions between the North and the South. These tensions were deeply rooted in economic, political, and social differences, with slavery at the core of the conflict. The road to war was long and complex, shaped by a series of events that widened the divide between the two regions. This chapter explores the causes and rising tensions that ultimately led to the outbreak of war in 1861. Slavery was the defining issue of the Civil War. The Southern economy was heavily dependent on agriculture, particularly cotton, which required a vast labor force. Enslaved people provided the backbone of this system, and any threat to slavery was seen as a threat to the Southern way of life. In contrast, the North had a more industrialized economy and a growing abolitionist movement that opposed slavery on moral and economic grounds. While not all Northerners were abolitionists, many believed that slavery should not expand into new territories and states. Several legislative measures attempted to address the growing conflict. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was an early attempt to maintain balance between free and slave states. It allowed Missouri to enter as a slave state and Maine as a free state, while prohibiting slavery in the Louisiana Territory north of the 36° 30 parallel. However, this compromise only provided temporary relief. The Compromise of 1850 was another effort to ease tensions. It admitted California as a free state, allowed popular sovereignty in the Utah and New Mexico territories, letting residents decide on slavery, and enacted a stricter Fugitive Slave Act, which angered many in the North. This act required citizens to assist in capturing escaped enslaved people and penalized those who aided them. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 further intensified sectional conflict. It allowed settlers in Kansas and Nebraska to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery, effectively repealing the Missouri Compromise. This led to violent clashes between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, known as Bleeding Kansas, highlighting the deepening divide. As tensions escalated, the nation became further polarized. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 by the Supreme Court ruled that African Americans, whether enslaved or free, could not be U.S. citizens, and that Congress had no authority to ban slavery in the territories. This ruling enraged abolitionists and strengthened the Southern pro-slavery stance. The final breaking point came with the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860. Lincoln, a Republican, opposed the expansion of slavery, but reassured Southerners that he would not interfere with slavery where it already existed. However, his election signaled to the South that their influence in national politics was diminishing. Believing their way of life was under threat, Southern states began seceding from the Union, starting with South Carolina in December 1860. By early 1861, 11 states had left the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. With secession complete, war became inevitable. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired upon Fort Sumter in South Carolina, marking the beginning of the Civil War. The years of rising tensions, failed compromises, and deep-seated differences had finally erupted into open conflict. The war that followed would become the deadliest in American history, reshaping the nation forever. In the wake of Abraham Lincoln's election in November 1860, the United States faced an unprecedented crisis. Lincoln, the first Republican president, was viewed by the Southern states as a direct threat to their way of life, particularly the institution of slavery. Although he had not campaigned on an immediate abolitionist platform, many Southerners feared that his presidency would lead to the end of slavery and the erosion of states' rights. This fear ignited the first major steps toward disunion and set the stage for the most devastating conflict in American history. On December 20th, 1860, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union. The decision was made during a special convention in Charleston, where delegates voted unanimously to leave the United States. South Carolina's leaders argued that the federal government had overstepped its authority and that states had the sovereign right to withdraw from the Union when they felt their rights were being threatened. This act set off a chain reaction across the South. By February 1861, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had all followed suit, officially breaking away from the United States. The secession movement gained momentum as pro-slavery politicians and newspapers encouraged the idea that the Southern way of life could only be preserved through independence. As the seceding states sought to organize their own government, they convened in Montgomery, Alabama, in February 1861 to form the Confederate States of America (CSA). The delegates drafted a constitution that closely resembled that of the United States, but with key differences including explicit protections for slavery, a prohibition on protective tariffs, and a stronger emphasis on states' rights. The Confederate Constitution also limited the central government's ability to interfere with state laws, further reinforcing the Southern belief in sovereignty. On February 9th, Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi and Secretary of War, was elected as the Confederacy's first and only president. Davis, along with Vice President Alexander Stephens, worked to consolidate the new government, appoint military leaders, and prepare for the possibility of armed conflict with the North. Stephens, in his infamous Cornerstone speech, openly declared that slavery was the foundation of the new government, further cementing the divide between North and South. Meanwhile, President-elect Lincoln maintained a careful stance. His primary goal was to preserve the Union, not to abolish slavery immediately. He repeatedly stated that he had no intention of interfering with slavery where it already existed, but he firmly opposed its expansion into new territories. This position was unacceptable to the seceding states, which saw any limitation on slavery as an existential threat to their economy and society. As Lincoln prepared to take office in March 1861, the country remained deeply divided, with tensions escalating rapidly. The outgoing president, James Buchanan, did little to prevent secession, leaving the crisis to escalate. Many Southern leaders mistakenly believed that Lincoln would not take military action against the Confederacy and that secession would be peacefully accepted. One of the most critical flashpoints during this period was Fort Sumter, a federal fort located in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. By early 1861, the fort was one of the few remaining Union strongholds in the South. The Confederate government demanded its surrender, but Major Robert Anderson, the Union officer in command, refused to comply. As negotiations dragged on, Lincoln faced a difficult decision. Reinforcing the fort could provoke war, but abandoning it would signal weakness. Ultimately, he chose to send a resupply mission to the fort, a move that Confederate leaders saw as an act of aggression. The Confederate government, led by Davis, determined that allowing Lincoln to maintain control of the fort would undermine Southern sovereignty. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under General P.G.T. Beauregard opened fire on Fort Sumter, bombarding it for 34 hours. Anderson and his garrison were unable to hold out and surrendered the fort on April 13th. Though there were no casualties during the battle itself, the attack on Fort Sumter marked the official beginning of the Civil War. The news of the attack electrified the North, uniting many who had previously been divided on how to handle secession. In response, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteer troops to suppress the rebellion, prompting 4 more states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, to secede and join the Confederacy. The Confederacy now stood at 11 states, and both sides braced for a prolonged conflict. Many believed the war would be short-lived, but they were gravely mistaken. The American Civil War had begun, and its impact would shape the nation for generations to come. The first years of the American Civil War were marked by early battles that shattered the illusions both sides had of a quick and easy victory. Initially, the Confederacy had the advantage of fighting on familiar territory, but the Union, with its superior resources and manpower, had the potential to overwhelm the Southern forces. Both sides, however, believed the war would be over within a few months. They could not have been more wrong. The war began with the First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the First Battle of Manassas, fought in Virginia on July 21, 1861. The Union Army, under General Irvin McDowell, marched toward the Confederate capital of Richmond with the hope of ending the war quickly. The Union forces were largely composed of inexperienced soldiers, while the Confederate forces, commanded by General Pierre G.T. Beauregard and General Joseph E. Johnston, had a more cohesive army. The battle was a chaotic, brutal affair, and the Union forces were initially successful. However, the Confederates, reinforced by General Thomas Stonewall Jackson's troops, mounted a fierce counterattack that sent the Union Army into retreat. The sight of the panicked retreating Union soldiers was a wake-up call for the North, proving that the war would not be over quickly and would require much more effort than originally anticipated. Following the Union defeat at Bull Run, President Lincoln made a significant change in military leadership. He appointed General George B. McClellan as the new commander of the Army of the Potomac, hoping that McClellan's organizational skills would improve the Union Army. McClellan was highly cautious, however, and his hesitance to attack the Confederates, even when the opportunity arose, would become a major criticism of his leadership. Nevertheless, McClellan's leadership was vital in the early stages of the war, as he helped to strengthen the Union's army and prepared for future campaigns. Meanwhile, the Confederacy was led by one of its most capable generals, Robert E. Lee. A former U.S. Army officer, Lee had been offered command of the Union Army, but chose to remain loyal to his home state of Virginia when it seceded. His military genius and bold strategies made him a formidable opponent. In 1862, Lee took command of the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, leading it to a series of victories against Union forces in the Eastern Theater, including the 7 Days Battles and the Second Battle of Bull Run. Lee's ability to maneuver his troops quickly and his keen understanding of battlefield tactics gave the Confederacy an edge in the early years of the war. In the West, Ulysses S. Grant emerged as the Union's most successful general. Grant, who had struggled with a career in civilian life before the war, was appointed to lead Union forces in the Western Theater. His first major victory came at the Battle of Fort Donelson in February 1862, where he demanded an unconditional surrender from the Confederate defenders, earning him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. Grant's decisive victories at Shiloh and Vicksburg in 1863 would further cement his reputation as one of the Union's most aggressive and effective military leaders. Grant's willingness to engage in battle and his relentless pursuit of Confederate forces would ultimately make him the Union's greatest general. One of the significant developments during the early years of the war was the emergence of new military technologies. The rifled musket, a firearm with grooves inside the barrel that allowed for greater accuracy and range, became the weapon of choice for both Union and Confederate soldiers. This innovation made traditional tactics, such as massed charges, increasingly ineffective and led to horrific casualties in battles like Antietam and Fredericksburg. The use of railroads also revolutionized the logistics of war. Both sides quickly understood the importance of transporting troops and supplies efficiently, leading to the rapid development of railroad networks to support their armies. The telegraph, which allowed for near instantaneous communication over long distances, became another key tool for both sides. It enabled military leaders to send orders quickly and stay in contact with their troops, even during large-scale battles. In addition to these technological advancements, the war at sea became a focal point of the conflict. The Union Navy implemented a naval blockade of southern ports, which aimed to cut off the Confederacy's access to foreign supplies and trade. The blockade was not immediately effective, but as the war went on, it began to take its toll on the South's economy. The Confederacy, in response, built its own ironclad warships. The most famous of these was the CSS Virginia, which was built from the remains of the scuttled USS Merrimack. The Union responded with the USS Monitor, a revolutionary ironclad ship that had a revolving turret. The two ironclads met in the Battle of Hampton Roads on March 9, 1862. Although the battle ended in a draw, it marked the first meeting of ironclad warships in combat and signaled the future of naval warfare, rendering wooden warships obsolete. As the war raged on, both sides learned the brutal reality of the conflict. The expectation of a quick victory had vanished, and the war would continue for years, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. The early battles of the Civil War set the stage for the long and bloody conflict that would follow, with both sides committed to their causes and unwilling to back down. By 1863, the American Civil War had already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and its course was far from predictable. At the outset of the conflict, the Union's primary goal was to preserve the nation and restore it to its former state. However, as the war dragged on and more lives were lost, the question of slavery became increasingly central to the conflict. President Abraham Lincoln, who had been reluctant to take bold action on the issue, now saw that the war could not be won without addressing the moral and political challenge of slavery. This shift led to one of the most significant acts in American history, the Emancipation Proclamation. On January 1, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, a wartime executive order that declared all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory to be free. While the proclamation did not immediately free all enslaved individuals, since it applied only to the states in rebellion, it signaled a fundamental shift in the Union's war aims. What had been a war to preserve the Union was now, for all practical purposes, a war to end slavery. Lincoln's decision to issue the proclamation was both a moral and a strategic one. He understood that the Union could not fully defeat the Confederacy without addressing the root cause of the conflict. Furthermore, he hoped that the proclamation would weaken the Southern war effort by encouraging enslaved people to escape, undermining the South's economic and military resources. The impact of the Emancipation Proclamation on enslaved people was profound. Though the proclamation did not immediately free every enslaved person, its effects were limited by the Union's ability to enforce it. It gave hope to millions of enslaved individuals. Many ran away from their Confederate masters, seeking refuge in Union-held territories. In addition, the proclamation provided a new sense of purpose to the Union cause, energizing both soldiers and civilians. By the end of 1863, thousands of formerly enslaved people had begun to serve as soldiers and laborers in the Union Army, contributing to the growing momentum for the Union's cause. One of the most iconic contributions of African Americans to the Union effort was the formation of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, one of the first official African American regiments in the United States military. The regiment was composed of free black men and former slaves, and its members fought with extraordinary courage during the war. The regiment's most famous action came during the assault on Fort Wagner, South Carolina, in July 1863. Though the regiment suffered heavy casualties, their bravery in the face of overwhelming odds became a symbol of African American valor and determination. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment and other black units helped demonstrate the capacity of African Americans to contribute to the Union's cause, both on the battlefield and in the broader struggle for freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation also had significant international ramifications. Before the proclamation, both Britain and France had been considering recognizing the Confederacy as an independent nation. Such recognition would have been a major blow to the Union's efforts, as it would have opened the door for foreign support for the South. However, the Emancipation Proclamation shifted the moral landscape of the war. By making the abolition of slavery a central goal of the Union, the proclamation ensured that Britain and France, both of which had abolished slavery within their own empires, could not publicly support a confederacy that fought to preserve it. Public opinion in both countries shifted, and both governments ultimately decided against recognizing the Confederacy. This diplomatic victory was crucial for the Union's war effort, as it prevented foreign intervention that could have changed the course of the war. The issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation transformed the Civil War into a moral battle, not just a political or military struggle. For the Union, the war was no longer merely about reunification but about the abolition of slavery and the preservation of human dignity. Lincoln's moral leadership inspired millions of Americans, both black and white, to fight not only for the preservation of the Union but also for the ideals of freedom and equality. The Emancipation Proclamation, while limited in its immediate impact, was a turning point in the Civil War. It made it clear that the Union was fighting not just to defeat the Confederacy but to ensure that the ideals of liberty and justice would prevail. By the end of the war, the proclamation would have helped to enlist over 180,000 African American soldiers in the Union Army, and the promise of freedom and equality would help fuel the ultimate victory over the Confederacy. The Emancipation Proclamation also laid the groundwork for the eventual passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution in December 1865, which would permanently abolish slavery in the United States. Lincoln's decision to shift the war's focus to emancipation fundamentally changed the nature of the Civil War, ensuring that the Union's victory would also be a victory for freedom and human rights. By mid-1863, the Civil War had reached a critical juncture. After years of bloody fighting, both the Union and Confederacy were at a crossroads. The Confederacy, under General Robert E. Lee, had experienced a series of tactical victories, but the Union had superior resources and manpower. The course of the war would soon change with two pivotal battles, the Battle of Gettysburg and the Siege of Vicksburg. These battles, fought in the summer of 1863, marked the beginning of the Confederacy's decline and set the stage for the Union's eventual victory. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1 to July 3, 1863, in Pennsylvania, was the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia had made significant gains in the previous months, and after defeating Union forces at Chancellorsville in May 1863, he decided to take the war to the north. Lee hoped that a victory on Union soil would not only relieve pressure on Southern farms but also encourage foreign powers, particularly Britain and France, to recognize the Confederacy as an independent nation. The Union Army, under General George G. Meade, met Lee's forces at Gettysburg, a small town that would become the site of the largest battle ever fought in North America. The battle began on July 1st, when Confederate forces attacked Union forces stationed in the town. Over the next 2 days, the fighting intensified, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Union forces initially retreated, but regrouped on a series of defensive positions on Cemetery Hill, where they held their ground. Lee, determined to break the Union line, ordered a series of attacks, including the infamous Pickett's Charge on July 3rd. Confederate forces attempted to break through the center of the Union line, but were repelled with heavy losses. By the end of the third day, Lee realized that his army could not win the battle and began a retreat back to the south. The Union victory at Gettysburg ended Lee's invasion of the North and marked a turning point in the war. The Confederacy had lost its best chance at securing foreign recognition and potentially forcing the Union to negotiate for peace. The Battle of Gettysburg was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but the Union also faced a crucial challenge in the West. For much of the war, the Confederacy controlled the Mississippi River, which was a vital route for transportation and supply. The Union, under General Ulysses S. Grant, had made several attempts to take control of the river, but had been thwarted by Confederate forces. In 1863, Grant turned his attention to Vicksburg, Mississippi, the last major Confederate stronghold on the river. Grant's campaign to capture Vicksburg was one of the most significant military achievements of the war. The siege of Vicksburg began in May 1863 and lasted for more than a month. Grant, unable to directly assault the heavily fortified city, instead surrounded it and cut off Confederate supplies. As the siege dragged on, the residents and Confederate defenders endured extreme hardships. The Union forces bombarded the city and starved its inhabitants, forcing Confederate General John C. Pemberton to surrender on July 4, 1863. The fall of Vicksburg gave the Union complete control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy in two and severing an important supply route. The victory at Vicksburg, combined with the Union victory at Gettysburg, turned the tide of the war in favor of the North. With the Mississippi River in Union hands, the Confederacy's ability to wage war was significantly weakened. In the aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg, President Abraham Lincoln delivered one of his most famous speeches, the Gettysburg Address. On November 19, 1863, he traveled to the battlefield to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. In his brief but powerful address, Lincoln redefined the war's purpose, emphasizing that the struggle was not only for the preservation of the Union, but also for the principle of equality. He declared that the nation was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Lincoln's words helped to transform the war from a fight for the Union into a battle for freedom and human dignity. His speech resonated deeply with a war-weary public and solidified his moral vision for the nation. The significance of Gettysburg and Vicksburg cannot be overstated. The Confederate Army's defeat at Gettysburg shattered its ability to wage offensive operations in the North, while the Union victory at Vicksburg split the Confederacy and severed a critical supply line. These twin victories marked the turning point of the Civil War. For the Confederacy, the losses at Gettysburg and Vicksburg were devastating. Lee's army would never again mount an invasion of the North, and the South's ability to sustain the war effort was severely crippled. The war would continue for nearly 2 more years, but the Union had gained the upper hand. As the Confederacy began to lose momentum, the Union grew more confident in its eventual victory. The successes of Gettysburg and Vicksburg were the beginning of a long and hard-fought path toward the defeat of the Confederacy. For the Union, the battles had proven that victory was possible, and the resolve of the Northern forces would only grow stronger as the war progressed. By 1864, the tide of the American Civil War had clearly turned in favor of the Union. After years of bloody stalemates and incremental victories, the Union leadership under General Ulysses S. Grant and President Abraham Lincoln adopted more aggressive tactics to bring an end to the war. As the war dragged on, the Confederacy faced mounting challenges. Its economy was crumbling, and its ability to sustain the war effort was increasingly strained. The Union, in contrast, was benefiting from superior industrial capacity, larger manpower, and a more well-coordinated war strategy. Two of the most significant developments in 1864 and 1865 would be General William Tecumseh Sherman's devastating march to the sea and Grant's relentless overland campaign, both of which helped bring about the collapse of the Confederacy. General Sherman's march to the sea was one of the most notorious and effective campaigns in military history. In the fall of 1864, after capturing Atlanta, Georgia, Sherman was given orders by General Grant to march through the heart of the South, aiming to break the Confederate war effort. His goal was to destroy not only the Confederate military, but also the South's economic infrastructure and morale. Sherman's forces embarked on a 300-mile march from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The strategy of total war, targeting civilian infrastructure, including railroads, factories, and farms, was designed to cripple the Confederacy's ability to continue the fight. Sherman's army looted, burned, and destroyed vast swaths of the South, dismantling the economic foundation of the region. The psychological impact of Sherman's march was just as significant as the physical damage. The South, which had relied on its agricultural economy, found itself in disarray as food supplies were destroyed and transportation networks were obliterated. The march demoralized the Southern populace, who were already suffering under the weight of the war. By December 1864, Sherman reached Savannah and captured the city, giving President Lincoln a much-needed victory in time for the Christmas season. Sherman's success in Georgia set the stage for his subsequent march through the Carolinas, continuing his strategy of devastation. The march to the sea is remembered as a decisive moment in the war, as it exemplified the Union's shift to total war and underscored the Confederacy's inability to defend its territory against the superior Union forces. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Theater, General Grant's strategy was to engage General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia in constant combat. Grant, appointed General-in-Chief of all Union armies in 1864, adopted a strategy of attrition. He understood that the Union could afford to suffer losses while the Confederacy could not, given the South's dwindling resources and manpower. Grant's plan was to keep pressing the Confederate forces, wear them down, and eventually force Lee's surrender. The Overland Campaign, which began in May 1864, saw Grant's forces engage Lee in a series of brutal and bloody battles in Virginia. The first major confrontation was the Battle of the Wilderness, where both sides suffered heavy casualties. The terrain was dense with thick forests, making it difficult for either side to gain a clear advantage. Despite the high casualties, Grant did not retreat, and he continued to press forward. The subsequent battles, including the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse and the Battle of Cold Harbor, saw no decisive victories but continued the relentless pressure on Lee's army. Unlike previous Union commanders, who had been defeated by Lee's tactical brilliance and often retreated after heavy losses, Grant was determined not to give Lee any respite. He famously declared, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." His strategy of constant pressure ultimately paid off. In the face of the Union's unrelenting attacks and overwhelming numbers, Lee's army began to falter. The prolonged fighting at places like the Siege of Petersburg further drained the Confederacy's resources and morale. The Confederacy's inability to defend its capital, Richmond, and its vital supply lines was becoming more apparent by the day. As the Union continued to gain ground, the Confederate economy collapsed under the weight of blockades, internal strife, and the devastating effects of the war. The Union's naval blockade, which had been in place since 1861, had severely hampered the Confederacy's ability to import supplies and export cotton, which was its primary source of revenue. The South was also plagued by internal dissent, as various states and factions struggled to maintain unity in the face of mounting hardships. The Confederacy's currency became virtually worthless, and inflation soared, further weakening the Southern economy. By the spring of 1865, the writing was on the wall for the Confederacy. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which had once been the backbone of the Confederate war effort, was now a shell of its former self. Starved of supplies and manpower, Lee was forced to retreat toward the town of Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, 1865, with his army surrounded and exhausted, Lee surrendered to General Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. Sherman's march through the South and Grant's strategic brilliance had dealt a final fatal blow to the Confederacy. The Union's shift to total war, led by Sherman's destruction of Southern infrastructure and Grant's strategy of attrition, proved to be decisive in ending the conflict. The Confederacy's collapse was a direct result of its inability to sustain a war against an opponent with far superior resources and industrial capacity. With the surrender of Lee's army at Appomattox, the Civil War came to an end, and the United States began the long process of healing and rebuilding. By the spring of 1865, the Confederacy was on the brink of collapse. The Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant, and with General William Tecumseh Sherman continuing his destructive march, had gradually worn down the Confederate military and economy. The South's inability to replenish its dwindling supplies, manpower, and infrastructure had left it vulnerable. Key Southern cities had fallen, and the Confederacy's leadership was in disarray. The final days of the war would see the fall of Richmond, the Confederate capital, and the eventual surrender of General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, marking the end of the Confederacy and the Civil War. On April 3, 1865, Union forces captured Richmond, the heart of the Confederate government and the symbol of the Southern cause. The city had been under siege for months, and General Lee's army had been unable to break the Union stranglehold. With the Confederacy's capital now in Union hands, the writing was on the wall for the Southern cause. Richmond had been the center of Confederate industry, and its loss was a devastating blow. As the Union forces entered the city, they found it in chaos. Confederate officials had evacuated the city, and the Confederate treasury had been moved. The fall of Richmond symbolized the collapse of the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war effort. While the fall of Richmond was a significant blow, the war was not over yet. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, though severely weakened, was still fighting in the field. Lee's forces had been retreating for months, trying to evade total defeat while attempting to regroup and maintain a semblance of Confederate resistance. However, Lee's options were running out. The Union's continued pressure, combined with the loss of key cities and critical resources, left Lee with little choice but to seek a surrender. On April 9, 1865, at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, General Lee met with General Grant to discuss the terms of surrender. The meeting, though formal, was cordial and marked the beginning of the end of the war. Grant, mindful of the heavy toll the war had taken on both sides, offered generous terms to Lee and his soldiers. Lee's men would be allowed to return home with their horses and personal belongings, and they would not be persecuted for their roles in the war. Grant's leniency was a reflection of his desire to bring the war to a peaceful conclusion and begin the difficult process of healing a divided nation. The surrender of General Lee was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but it did not immediately end the fighting. Confederate forces across the South continued to hold out for a short time. However, Lee's surrender was a clear signal that the Confederate cause was lost. In the days and weeks following Lee's surrender, other Confederate commanders also surrendered their forces. General Joseph E. Johnston, who had been in command of the Confederate forces in the Carolinas, surrendered to General Sherman on April 26, 1865. By the end of May 1865, all major Confederate armies had surrendered, and the war was officially over. The surrender of the Confederate forces left the United States with a daunting challenge. What happens to the Southern states now? The Union victory had preserved the United States, but the question of how to reintegrate the Southern states into the Union was fraught with political, social, and economic complexities. The question of slavery, which had been the central issue of the war, still loomed large. Though slavery had been abolished by the Emancipation Proclamation and the passage of the 13th Amendment, the South's racial and social system had been deeply affected by the war. The issue of how to rebuild the Southern economy, address the needs of the freedmen, and ensure civil rights for African Americans would become the central issues of the Reconstruction era. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the nation faced the monumental task of healing the wounds of a brutal conflict. With the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln on April 14, 1865, Vice President Andrew Johnson assumed the presidency. Johnson, who was from Tennessee, had been a staunch Unionist throughout the war, but his approach to Reconstruction would be controversial. The South, still reeling from defeat, had to rebuild its shattered infrastructure, economy, and social order. At the same time, former slaves were now free citizens, and their path to equality and full participation in American society would be a difficult and often violent struggle. The fall of Richmond and the surrender of Robert E. Lee marked the end of the Confederacy, but it also marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history. The Civil War had preserved the Union, but the challenges of Reconstruction, racial equality, and national reconciliation were just beginning. As the Southern states were reintegrated into the Union, the United States would have to confront the deep divisions that the war had exposed and work to heal the scars of a conflict that had torn the nation apart. On April 14, 1865, just days after the surrender of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, the United States was struck by a tragedy that would forever alter the course of its history. President Abraham Lincoln, the man who had steered the nation through the Civil War and had just achieved victory, was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, an actor and Confederate sympathizer. The assassination, carried out at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., shocked the nation and left the country in a state of mourning and uncertainty. Lincoln's death marked the loss of one of the most revered and effective leaders in American history, and it also raised serious questions about the future of the Reconstruction process. On the evening of April 14, 1865, President Lincoln and his wife Mary Todd Lincoln attended a performance of the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater. As Lincoln sat in the state box, Booth, who had planned the assassination meticulously, slipped into the box and shot the president in the back of the head with a pistol. Booth then leaped from the box onto the stage, shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants, a phrase attributed to Brutus during the assassination of Julius Caesar. After his escape, Booth fled the scene, eventually making his way through Maryland and into Virginia. The attack on Lincoln was part of a larger conspiracy to kill key members of the Union government. Booth's co-conspirators were tasked with assassinating Vice President Andrew Johnson and Secretary of State William H. Seward, but those attempts failed. Seward was severely injured in an attack by one of Booth's associates, but Johnson was never harmed. Despite these failed attempts, the assassination of Lincoln remained the focal point of the plot, as it was the death of the president that shocked the nation to its core. President Lincoln succumbed to his wounds early the following morning, on April 15, 1865. The nation was gripped by a profound sense of grief and disbelief. For the Union, Lincoln had been a symbol of resilience, strength, and hope. His leadership had been instrumental in preserving the United States and in ending the institution of slavery. With his death, the nation faced not only the loss of a beloved leader, but also the uncertainty of what would come next, particularly with the challenges of Reconstruction looming. In the wake of Lincoln's assassination, Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Southern Unionist from Tennessee, assumed the presidency. Johnson, however, was a much weaker figure compared to Lincoln. While Lincoln had been a masterful politician and negotiator, capable of bringing together a deeply divided nation, Johnson lacked the charisma and political savvy that had defined Lincoln's leadership. Johnson's background and views were complicated. He had opposed secession and supported the Union, but he was a Southern Democrat with a deeply sympathetic view of the South. He believed in quickly reuniting the nation without granting full civil rights to freed African Americans. Johnson's approach to Reconstruction, which he implemented in the aftermath of the war, was controversial and faced opposition from both the radical Republicans in Congress and many in the northern states. Johnson's plan offered pardons to former Confederates who swore loyalty to the Union, and he allowed Southern states to re-enter the Union quickly without imposing strong protections for African Americans. This leniency angered many in the North who had fought to end slavery, and it alienated the radical Republicans who pushed for a much more stringent and far-reaching approach to Reconstruction. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln not only left the nation in mourning, but also set the stage for the difficult and contentious years that would follow. Johnson's inability to unite the country and his lenient policies toward the South led to fierce struggles over the direction of Reconstruction. The legacy of Lincoln's leadership was one of preservation and healing, but with his untimely death, the nation faced a challenging road ahead in its efforts to rebuild and address the issues of slavery, racial equality, and Southern reintegration. John Wilkes Booth's assassination of President Lincoln remains one of the most significant and tragic events in American history. Lincoln had steered the nation through its darkest hour, and his vision for the nation's future, one of reconciliation and unity, was cut short by an act of violence. The nation would never be the same again, and the period following Lincoln's death would be marked by political conflict and struggles for civil rights that would extend far beyond the Civil War itself. The period of Reconstruction, spanning from 1865 to 1877, was a time of immense transformation and conflict in the United States. Following the Civil War, the Southern states were left in ruins, and the nation faced the daunting task of rebuilding both the South's physical infrastructure and its social and political systems. The federal government, under the leadership of Presidents Andrew Johnson and later Ulysses S. Grant, worked to reintegrate the Southern states into the Union, while also addressing the pressing question of what freedoms and rights would be granted to the newly freed African Americans. One of the first steps toward addressing the institution of slavery was the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1865. This amendment officially abolished slavery in the United States, ensuring that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, would exist in the country. This was a monumental victory for the abolitionist movement and for the millions of African Americans who had endured centuries of enslavement. However, While the amendment abolished slavery, it left many important questions about the status and rights of freedmen unanswered. The struggle for civil rights for African Americans continued throughout Reconstruction, particularly with the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. The Freedmen's Bureau was a federal agency created to assist newly freed slaves and poor whites in the South by providing food, shelter, education, and legal aid. While the Bureau had notable successes, it was also met with resistance and had limited resources. The Bureau faced significant challenges in ensuring that freedmen were protected from the violence and exploitation of the South's white elite. As part of the broader effort to secure civil rights for African Americans, Congress passed the 14th and 15th Amendments. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, and guaranteed equal protection under the law for all citizens, regardless of race. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, extended voting rights to African American men, ensuring that the right to vote could not be denied based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. These amendments were groundbreaking achievements in the fight for racial equality, but their full implementation would prove difficult in the face of Southern resistance. In the South, resistance to Reconstruction was fierce. White Southerners, many of whom had supported the Confederacy, sought to reassert their dominance over African Americans and prevent them from enjoying the full rights of citizenship. One of the most violent and prominent groups to emerge during this period was the Ku Klux Klan (KKK), founded in 1865. The KKK sought to intimidate, terrorize, and ultimately suppress African American participation in political and social life. Their violent tactics, which included lynching, arson, and murder, aimed to maintain white supremacy and undermine the Reconstruction government. Despite federal efforts to combat the Klan, including the passage of the Ku Klux Klan Act in 1871, the group remained a powerful force of resistance throughout the South. Another major obstacle to African American rights in the South was the introduction of black codes, laws designed to restrict the freedom of African Americans and maintain a system of racial control. These codes varied from state to state, but they generally sought to limit African Americans' ability to own property, work for fair wages, and move freely. In many ways, the black codes were a continuation of the pre-Civil War system of racial subjugation, disguised under the banner of legal restrictions. In response to the black codes and other forms of Southern resistance, the federal government pushed for more sweeping civil rights protections and sought to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments through military occupation and the presence of federal troops in the South. While there were significant gains for African Americans during the early years of Reconstruction, the period also saw the rise of segregation and the institution of Jim Crow laws. These laws, which emerged in the late 19th century, were a systematic set of state and local laws that enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised African Americans. The legal framework of Jim Crow laws would continue to oppress African Americans well into the 20th century, undermining the progress made during Reconstruction. The end of Reconstruction came in 1877, after the contested election of 1876. In a political compromise known as the Compromise of 1877, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This marked the end of federal intervention in Southern politics and allowed the white supremacist Democrats to regain control of the Southern states. As a result, many of the gains made during Reconstruction were reversed, and African Americans in the South were left to face an environment of intense racial discrimination and violence. Reconstruction remains one of the most complex and contentious periods in American history. While it achieved important milestones, such as the abolition of slavery, and the granting of civil rights to African Americans, the era also revealed the deep racial divisions and tensions that would persist for many decades. The legacy of Reconstruction is marked by the unfinished struggle for equality, as the promises of freedom and civil rights made during the period would be denied for many African Americans for generations to come. The legacy of the American Civil War is far-reaching and has had profound effects on the United States, both in the years immediately following the conflict and in the centuries since. The war not only shaped the course of American history, but it also influenced military strategy, technology, and the global balance of power. As we reflect on the impact of the war, it is clear that the Civil War played a crucial role in defining modern America and continues to resonate in contemporary debates on race, federalism, and national unity. One of the most significant and lasting consequences of the Civil War was the transformation of federal power. Prior to the war, the United States operated with a more decentralized system where states retained significant autonomy. However, the war fundamentally changed the relationship between the states and the federal government. The Union's victory reinforced the idea of a strong centralized federal government with authority over issues such as civil rights, national defense, and economic policy. The war also affirmed the supremacy of the federal government over state sovereignty, a concept that has shaped the political landscape of the United States ever since. In terms of civil rights, the Civil War was a turning point in American history. The abolition of slavery through the 13th Amendment was a monumental achievement, but the war also laid the foundation for future civil rights movements. The struggle for racial equality did not end with the Emancipation Proclamation or the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Rather, these events were the beginning of an ongoing battle for African Americans' full rights as citizens. While Reconstruction failed to deliver lasting change in the South, the fight for civil rights would continue in earnest throughout the 20th century, culminating in landmark legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The Civil War's legacy in shaping modern race relations is undeniable, as the war forced the nation to confront the deeply embedded issue of slavery and racism. The Civil War also had a profound impact on military strategy, technology, and warfare. The conflict introduced new tactics and technologies that would shape future wars both in the United States and abroad. The war saw the first large-scale use of rifled muskets, which allowed for more accurate and deadly long-range fire. It also marked the beginning of modern warfare, with the introduction of railroads and telegraphs, which revolutionized the speed and communication of military operations. Additionally, the Civil War was the first conflict to feature ironclad warships, which would change the nature of naval combat. These technological advancements would influence military strategies and warfare for decades to come, including in future conflicts such as World War I and World War II. The cultural legacy of the Civil War is also significant. The war has been the subject of countless books, films, and monuments, and its impact on American culture cannot be overstated. From the classic works of literature, such as Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, to films like Gone with the Wind and Gettysburg, the Civil War has been portrayed and remembered in a variety of ways. Monuments to the war's battles and soldiers dot the landscape of the South, while the ongoing debates over the display of Confederate symbols and statues show that the war's cultural memory remains contested and divisive. The war's legacy continues to be a powerful force in shaping how Americans view their history, their identity, and their values. Finally, the lessons of the Civil War are still relevant in modern America. The war's outcome reinforced the importance of national unity and the consequences of division. The Civil War was fought over deeply entrenched issues, including slavery and states' rights, and its resolution showed that the preservation of the Union was paramount. In today's political climate, the lessons of the Civil War remind us of the dangers of division and the importance of compromise and reconciliation. The war demonstrated that the nation must find ways to bridge its differences, uphold the principles of democracy, and ensure that all citizens, regardless of race or background, have an equal place in the American story. In conclusion, the Civil War was not just a pivotal event in American history, it was a turning point in the development of modern society, both in the United States and the wider world. The war reshaped the nation's political, social, and cultural landscape, and its impact continues to be felt today. The Civil War's legacy is a testament to the enduring struggle for freedom, equality, and national unity, and it serves as a reminder of the complexities of building a nation that truly lives up to its ideals. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Populace cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul, and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message. Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched-earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," The die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the civil war took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the civil war, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "You, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. By declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position, Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. The 1920s in the United States were marked by immense optimism and the belief that endless growth was possible. Following the devastation of World War I, America emerged as a global industrial leader. The economy surged ahead with new innovations, rising wages for some, and expanding access to consumer goods. Radios became standard household items, delivering entertainment and news to millions. Automobiles, once a luxury, became accessible to the average family due to Henry Ford's innovations in mass production. Electric power spread rapidly, transforming everyday life through the use of modern appliances. Skyscrapers rose above growing cities as the symbols of American ambition. Consumerism flourished. The advertising industry boomed, tapping into psychological strategies to sell not just products, but lifestyles. Department stores were filled with the latest conveniences and fashions, all increasingly available on credit. Americans were encouraged to embrace a new identity as consumers. Installment buying became the norm, and by the end of the decade, the majority of consumer goods were bought on credit. This allowed people to enjoy luxuries they couldn't afford outright, feeding into the illusion of universal prosperity. The stock market became the symbol of this economic confidence. From 1921 to 1929, stock prices soared and investing became mainstream. People from all walks of life jumped into the market, driven by tales of fortunes made overnight. Brokers offered easy credit through margin accounts, allowing people to purchase stocks with borrowed money. As the market rose, so did the appetite for risk. Investment trusts and other speculative vehicles multiplied, offering the illusion of diversification and safety, while concealing shaky fundamentals. However, the glittering surface of the Roaring Twenties masked critical vulnerabilities. Rural America was struggling. Farmers who had ramped up production during World War I faced a brutal downturn as global demand fell. Prices for crops collapsed. Many farmers had taken on debt to buy tractors and expand operations, only to find themselves unable to repay their loans. Foreclosures and bankruptcies spread across the countryside. Income inequality soared. By the end of the decade, the top 1% of Americans controlled over a third of the nation's wealth. Corporate profits surged, but wages for most workers stagnated. This imbalance created an economy where production outpaced the ability of consumers to purchase goods. While cities sparkled with modernity, many rural communities lived in poverty. Government policies during the decade favored business and limited regulation. President Calvin Coolidge's administration upheld a philosophy of minimal government interference. His famous declaration that the business of America is business reflected a widespread belief in laissez-faire capitalism. This hands-off approach extended into banking and finance, where little was done to manage the growing risk. The Federal Reserve, still a young institution, failed to use its tools effectively. For much of the 1920s, it kept interest rates low, encouraging borrowing. It wasn't until 1928 that it raised rates to try and cool the overheated market, but by then, speculation had run rampant. The central bank acted inconsistently and without a clear strategy, missing opportunities to prevent the looming collapse. Herbert Hoover, elected in 1928, was a man of intelligence, experience, and public service. He had gained international respect for his humanitarian work during and after World War I. As president, he believed deeply in the power of individual effort, local action, and voluntary cooperation. But his faith in American resilience and market self-correction led him to underestimate the scale and speed of the economic unraveling. Meanwhile, Wall Street embodied the nation's unchecked optimism. Powerful institutions like JP Morgan and National City Bank fueled the boom. Investment trusts lured everyday investors into complex schemes with promises of high returns. Few understood the risks they were taking. Newspaper headlines focused on market highs, further feeding the frenzy. By the summer of 1929, the economic engine began to sputter. Steel output dropped. Automobile sales declined. Construction faltered. But the public remained entranced by rising stock prices. Few listened to the warnings of economists and skeptical financial experts. The myth of permanent prosperity had taken root. The Roaring Twenties were a decade of technological progress, cultural transformation, and unprecedented economic growth. But they were also a time of reckless speculation, rising inequality, and policy failures. Beneath the surface of apparent prosperity lay deep cracks in the economic foundation. In the next chapter, we will examine how those cracks widened into a catastrophic collapse that brought the global economy to its knees. By the fall of 1929, the American economy stood on a precipice. The illusion of endless prosperity had gripped the nation, fueled by a decade of growth, rising stock prices, and unchecked speculation. But behind the euphoria were warning signs: declining industrial output, slowing consumer spending, and an overextended stock market swollen with borrowed money. What happened next would become a defining moment in American history. October 24th, 1929, known as Black Thursday, marked the beginning of the end for the roaring stock market. That morning, panic gripped Wall Street as millions of shares were dumped in a flurry of fear. Prices plummeted. Rumors of financial instability had triggered a wave of sell-offs, and investors rushed to get out. By the end of the day, nearly 13 million shares had changed hands, a record at the time. Major banks, including JP Morgan and Company, intervened by pooling resources to buy large blocks of stock and restore confidence. It worked temporarily. The market stabilized, and many hoped the worst had passed. But the reprieve was short-lived. Just 4 days later, on Monday, October 28th, Black Monday, the market suffered a devastating blow. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped nearly 13% in a single day. Panic returned with full force. The psychological impact of the crash deepened as newspapers across the country reported massive losses. Confidence evaporated. Then came October 29th, Black Tuesday, the most infamous day in the history of the US stock market. That morning, thousands of investors crowded outside the New York Stock Exchange. Inside, chaos reigned. A staggering 16 million shares were traded, and prices collapsed. Entire fortunes vanished in hours. Some investors, ruined and desperate, reportedly took their own lives, though many of these stories have been exaggerated in retrospect. Still, the emotional and financial toll was unprecedented. What caused this monumental collapse? Several key factors converged. First and foremost, the market had become wildly overvalued. Stock prices no longer reflected the actual performance of companies, but were instead driven by speculative fervor. Investors believed the market could only go up. Buying on margin, using borrowed money to purchase stocks, exacerbated the risk. When prices began to fall, margin calls forced investors to sell, triggering a cascade of panic selling. The crash also exposed the fragile nature of the American financial system. There was no government insurance on bank deposits. There were few regulations on securities trading. As the crash unfolded, banks that had heavily invested in the market or lent money to investors began to fail. While the Federal Reserve had the tools to intervene, it chose to stand aside, believing the market would self-correct. Despite the widespread damage, It is important to understand that the stock market crash did not cause the Great Depression. Rather, it signaled the beginning of a much deeper economic unraveling. In the months that followed, consumer confidence declined. People cut back on spending. Businesses reduced production. Layoffs increased. The financial shockwave spread from Wall Street to Main Street. Credit markets froze. Banks tightened lending. Thousands of small banks failed, wiping out the savings of millions of Americans. Without access to credit, businesses couldn't operate, and consumers couldn't buy. A vicious cycle of decline took hold. Farm prices collapsed even further. Industrial output plummeted. Unemployment began to climb. The crash also had international repercussions. The US was a major creditor nation, and as American banks faltered, they called in loans from Europe. This put enormous pressure on already fragile European economies, particularly in Germany, which was still struggling under the burden of reparations from World War I. Global trade contracted. Nations raised tariffs in a desperate attempt to protect their economies, further exacerbating the downturn. The stock market crash of 1929 was the spark that ignited the global economic crisis. It shattered illusions of invincibility and exposed the underlying weaknesses of the US and world economies. But it was only the beginning. The years that followed would bring bank failures, mass unemployment, and widespread suffering. In the next chapter, we will examine how these early tremors grew into a full-blown economic disaster, and how a nation struggled to understand what went wrong. The immediate aftermath of the stock market crash in 1929 set off a devastating chain of events that rippled through the entire economy. What began as a financial shock quickly escalated into a full-blown banking crisis. By 1933, the United States had entered the darkest phase of the Great Depression, characterized by widespread bank failures, evaporating savings, and the deepening human toll on ordinary Americans. The fragile financial system that had once been seen as a bedrock of American prosperity now lay exposed, unable to withstand the strain of a collapsing economy. As the stock market plummeted, the first victims were those who had invested heavily in stocks. For many, their investments were not only wiped out, but they had also borrowed money to buy shares. With margin calls and the collapse of the stock market, individuals who had been optimistic about the future now found themselves drowning in debt. But the effects didn't stop there. The entire banking system was deeply connected to the stock market, and many of the nation's banks had invested heavily in the now worthless stocks. In the wake of the crash, panic spread like wildfire. Fearful depositors, seeing their banks in financial trouble, rushed to withdraw their savings. The problem was that most banks did not keep enough cash on hand to meet the massive demand for withdrawals. The so-called bank runs became widespread, and many institutions, unable to meet their obligations, were forced to close their doors. This caused even more panic, as people realized that their savings were no longer accessible. It was a vicious cycle. Bank closures led to more panic, which led to more bank failures. Between 1930 and 1933, the United States saw nearly 10,000 bank failures. Small community banks, which had been the backbone of many local economies, were hit especially hard. The failure of these banks left millions of Americans without access to their hard-earned money. Farmers, small business owners, and working-class families were particularly vulnerable. Without their savings, many were left destitute. Part of the reason for the catastrophic failures was the absence of federal deposit insurance. Before the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC) in 1933, there was no government protection for bank deposits. This meant that if a bank failed, depositors had no recourse to recover their savings. Many Americans had no idea how fragile the banking system was until it was too late. Compounding the problem was the gold standard, which limited the ability of the US government to respond effectively to the crisis. Under the gold standard, the US could only issue as much money as it had in gold reserves. This created a situation in which the government had limited flexibility to expand the money supply and stimulate the economy. The gold standard tied the hands of policymakers who desperately needed to inject liquidity into the system to ease the banking crisis. As banks failed and the economy contracted, the US was unable to use monetary policy to address the growing crisis. The collapse of the banking system had a direct and profound impact on the lives of millions of ordinary Americans. People who had spent decades saving for retirement or building a small business found themselves losing everything in the blink of an eye. Farmers who had borrowed money to buy land or equipment saw their properties foreclosed. In some cases, entire families lost their homes and livelihoods. For many, the failure of the banks meant not just the loss of savings, but the end of their hopes and dreams. Take, for example, the story of the McAllister family in rural Indiana. They had worked for years to save enough money to buy a small farm. With the purchase, they hoped to build a secure future for their children. But when the bank that held their savings collapsed in 1931, the McAllisters lost everything. The bank's failure meant that the mortgage on their farm was called in, and they were unable to make the payment. Their home was foreclosed, and they were forced to leave the land that had been their only source of livelihood. The McAllisters were not alone. There were countless other families like them across the country. In cities, the impact was just as severe. The collapse of banks led to widespread unemployment. Without access to credit, small businesses could no longer operate, and many were forced to lay off workers. As businesses closed and people lost their jobs, the economic situation worsened. Unemployment rates soared, reaching 25% by 1933. Families who had once been self-sufficient found themselves living in makeshift shacks or homeless shelters, dependent on soup kitchens and government relief. The banking collapse and subsequent financial contagion were key events that deepened the Great Depression. As banks failed and savings evaporated, confidence in the financial system was shattered. The resulting loss of wealth and the inability to access credit led to a dramatic contraction of the economy. The pain of the banking crisis was felt by nearly every American, but it was the poorest and most vulnerable who suffered the most. This period of financial devastation lasted for years. As more banks failed and more businesses closed, the economic landscape became increasingly bleak. Farmers were hit especially hard, as falling commodity prices, rising debt, and the failure of local banks created a perfect storm of economic hardship. In the next chapter, we will examine how the federal government responded to the banking collapse and the key measures that were taken to try and halt the spiraling economic decline. The Great Depression, which began in the United States in 1929, quickly spread across the globe, affecting countries in Europe, Latin America, Asia, and beyond. While the initial cause of the crisis was the collapse of the stock market, the far-reaching consequences of the Depression were a result of global economic interdependence. The effects of the crash were felt deeply in nations that were already fragile, and the interconnectedness of international trade, debts, and policies caused the crisis to spiral out of control, transforming a national disaster into a worldwide catastrophe. In Europe, the Depression hit particularly hard. Many countries had still not fully recovered from the devastation of World War I, and the global economic downturn exacerbated existing problems. One of the most affected nations was Germany, which had been burdened by crippling reparations payments as part of the Treaty of Versailles. The German economy had relied heavily on loans from American banks to meet these obligations. When the US economy collapsed and American banks stopped lending, Germany's ability to pay reparations was severely hampered. This led to a chain reaction. The German economy contracted further, unemployment skyrocketed, and political instability grew. The economic strain in Germany contributed to the rise of extremism, which would eventually lead to the election of Adolf Hitler in 1933. In Britain, the Depression caused severe deflation as the British pound came under pressure. Faced with high levels of debt, the British government was forced to abandon the gold standard in 1931, which had tied the pound to gold reserves and limited the country's ability to respond to the crisis. The decision to leave the gold standard allowed Britain to devalue the pound, which made British exports cheaper and helped stimulate trade with other countries. However, the economic situation remained dire, with mass unemployment and widespread poverty, particularly in the industrial regions of the north. The government's austerity measures, including cuts to public spending, only deepened the suffering for many British citizens. In the colonies of European powers, the impact of the Depression was equally devastating. Colonial economies were heavily dependent on the export of raw materials, and as global demand for commodities such as rubber, sugar, and oil fell, so did the economic well-being of many colonized nations. In Africa, Latin America, and Asia, the collapse of international trade led to widespread unemployment, food shortages, and social unrest. Colonial governments, which were already struggling to maintain control over vast and diverse territories, found themselves facing increasing challenges as economic hardship and political instability grew. One of the key factors that exacerbated the global depression was the collapse of international trade. As countries faced growing economic challenges, many turned inward, raising tariffs and restricting trade in an effort to protect their own industries and jobs. The United States, under the leadership of President Herbert Hoover, passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff in 1930. The tariff, which raised taxes on imported goods to historically high levels, was intended to protect American industries from foreign competition. However, it backfired. Other countries retaliated by imposing their own tariffs on American goods, and global trade contracted dramatically. The tariff deepened the global depression by worsening the economic downturn in countries that depended on exports, including Canada, Latin American nations, and European countries. The collapse of trade created a vicious cycle in which nations turned inward and sought to protect their own interests, leading to a further deterioration of the global economy. To fully understand the global spread of the Depression, we must also consider the role of global financial institutions and the international banking system. The collapse of American banks had far-reaching consequences for banks in Europe and elsewhere. Many European banks had invested heavily in US markets, and when the American stock market crashed, they faced massive losses. The resulting banking crisis, combined with the collapse of international trade, further deepened the global depression. Countries in both the developed and developing world were forced to respond to the crisis, but the lack of coordinated international action made recovery more difficult. Maps and historical data from the period show the widespread nature of the economic collapse. Unemployment in Europe soared, and poverty and unrest became common in many cities. The effects were particularly severe in nations such as Germany and Britain, where political instability contributed to social unrest. In the colonies, the economic crisis had far-reaching consequences, as colonial powers struggled to maintain control over their territories in the face of growing discontent. The global nature of the Depression led to a massive rethinking of economic policies and international cooperation. The Great Depression had a lasting impact on the world. It exposed the fragility of the global economic system and the risks of relying on international trade without sufficient safeguards. It also highlighted the deep inequalities in the global economy, particularly between industrialized nations and their colonies. The failure of the international system to prevent the depression from spreading contributed to the growing disillusionment with free market capitalism and laid the groundwork for the rise of more interventionist economic policies in the years to come. In the next chapter, we will explore the political and social consequences of the Depression, as the economic hardship faced by millions led to the rise of extremist political movements and the transformation of the global political landscape. The Great Depression was not only an economic crisis, it was a deeply human one. The lives of millions of Americans were shattered as the country plunged into the worst economic downturn in modern history. For many, the Depression meant losing everything they had worked for. Jobs disappeared, homes were lost, and families were torn apart. Yet, despite the overwhelming hardship, the resilience of the American people shone through as they struggled to survive, adapt, and endure. Unemployment reached staggering levels. By 1933, 1 in 4 Americans was out of work, and even those who still had jobs saw their wages slashed. The cities, once bustling hubs of industry and commerce, were now filled with men and women desperately seeking work that didn't exist. In urban areas, the poor crowded together in makeshift shacks, known as Hoovervilles, named derisively after President Herbert Hoover. These shantytowns were scattered across the country, often on the outskirts of major cities. The conditions in Hoovervilles were grim. People lived in cardboard and scrap wood shacks, with no running water, no electricity, and no sanitation. Disease was rampant, and life in these communities was marked by poverty and desperation. Soup lines became a common sight in every city. With so many out of work and no money to buy food, charity kitchens and churches became the lifeline for many families. People lined up for hours, hoping to get a hot meal, but even that small comfort was out of reach for many. The food was often basic and inadequate, but for the hungry, it was a rare taste of sustenance in an otherwise bleak existence. Families often went without, rationing what little food they had left in an effort to survive. Children, once the hope and future of their families, were now an added burden as parents struggled to provide for them. Many mothers with heavy hearts fed their children what little they could while they themselves went without. The human toll of the Depression was not just about hunger and homelessness. The emotional and psychological effects were just as devastating. People who had once felt secure in their ability to provide for their families found themselves paralyzed by fear and shame. Men who had traditionally been the breadwinners found their identities shattered. Many experienced deep shame at their inability to provide, and some turned to alcohol or other vices to numb the pain. Families were broken by the stress and hardship. Marriages were strained, and in some cases couples split apart. The strain of financial ruin and the constant struggle to survive led to a breakdown of mental health for many individuals. While the urban areas bore the brunt of the financial collapse, rural America suffered its own unique set of challenges. The Dust Bowl, a severe environmental disaster that struck the Great Plains, compounded the suffering of farmers and their families. The Dust Bowl was caused by a combination of poor farming practices, over-farming, and a prolonged drought. The winds kicked up massive dust storms that blotted out the sun and made it nearly impossible to grow crops. The land, once fertile and productive, turned to dust. Entire farms were abandoned as families packed up and fled in search of a better life. The migration of these families, particularly to California, became one of the most iconic features of the Great Depression. The Dust Bowl migrants, often referred to as Okies, left behind their homes and farms in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and other parts of the Great Plains. They traveled westward, hoping to find work in California's agricultural fields. What they found was more hardship. California, struggling with its own economic problems, was unable to provide the relief that these migrants desperately needed. Instead, they were met with hostility and discrimination. Many were forced into camps where conditions were little better than the ones they had left behind. But still, they held on to the hope that a better life awaited them. They lived on the margins of society, scraping together whatever work they could find in the fields, often for meager wages. They were the forgotten Americans, struggling to survive in an America that had turned its back on them. Interviews and letters from the period provide a powerful window into the emotional landscape of the Great Depression. One letter from a mother in a Hooverville in Chicago, written to her sister, poignantly describes the toll the Depression has taken on her family. "We haven't had a decent meal in weeks, and I'm so tired, but I have to keep going for the kids. I just don't know how much longer we can last." Another letter from a father in the Dust Bowl states, "We worked the land for so long, but now it's all gone. The dust keeps blowing, and I don't know what we're supposed to do. I've lost everything." These voices of despair were echoed by countless others across the country. Diary entries from the period, written by individuals facing the hardest times of their lives, provide a deeply personal perspective on the emotional cost of the Depression. One diary entry from a young woman living in a small town in Texas reads, "Every day feels the same. My family doesn't have enough food, and the bank is about to take our house. I'm scared. What happens to us after this? I can't even dream about a better future anymore." Another entry from a migrant mother moving westward describes the pain of leaving home behind. "I don't know if we'll ever make it, but I have to keep telling myself that California will be better. We can't stay here anymore. There's nothing left." Through these voices, through the letters, the diaries, the personal stories, we can begin to understand the human toll of the Great Depression. It was not just an economic catastrophe, but a personal tragedy for millions of Americans. It was a time of hardship, heartache, and survival. Yet it was also a time of incredible resilience. Despite the overwhelming odds, people fought to stay afloat, to keep their families together, and to survive. The Great Depression left deep scars, but it also shaped a generation of Americans who learned to endure, to rebuild, and to hope for a better future. In the next chapter, we will explore how the government responded to this unprecedented crisis through a series of bold programs and reforms that sought to alleviate the suffering and lay the foundation for future recovery. As the Great Depression spread across the United States, President Herbert Hoover's policies and actions became the subject of intense debate. Hoover, who had risen to power in 1928 with promises of continuing prosperity, faced a monumental crisis that seemed beyond his control. Despite his intelligence, experience, and strong belief in individualism, his response to the Depression was often seen as inadequate. In his view, government intervention should be limited, but the scale of the economic collapse soon showed that his approach was not enough to stem the tide of suffering. Hoover's early response to the crisis was guided by his belief in the power of private initiative and local government to resolve economic problems. At first he resisted direct federal intervention, assuming that the economy would naturally recover on its own. He believed that businesses and local charities could provide the necessary relief without federal aid. However, as unemployment soared and the economic situation worsened, Hoover's initial response began to seem increasingly inadequate. One of Hoover's key initiatives was the creation of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation (RFC) in 1932. The RFC was designed to provide emergency loans to banks, businesses and state governments in an effort to stabilize the economy and prevent further collapses. By giving loans to banks, Hoover hoped to ensure that credit would flow again and businesses would stay afloat. The idea was that the RFC would act as a backstop, preventing the complete collapse of financial institutions and providing relief to businesses. However, the RFC's efforts were slow and inconsistent. Many of the loans went to large corporations and wealthy banks, rather than directly assisting individuals who had lost their jobs or homes. The funds that did reach smaller institutions were often too little to make a significant difference. The public, struggling with widespread unemployment and hunger, felt that the federal government's response was not enough. While the RFC may have helped prevent further banking collapses, it did little to alleviate the suffering of everyday Americans. Hoover's reluctance to implement direct relief programs, such as unemployment benefits or public works projects, also led to a growing sense of frustration among the American public. Many people believed that Hoover was too focused on maintaining the principles of limited government and individual responsibility, while the needs of the suffering population were ignored. This growing frustration fueled public discontent and led to the rise of movements that demanded more immediate action. One of the most dramatic manifestations of this frustration was the Bonus Army protest of 1932. The Bonus Army was a group of approximately 20,000 World War I veterans who had been promised a cash bonus for their service, to be paid in 1945. Faced with unemployment, poverty, and homelessness during the Depression, these veterans, along with their families, marched on Washington, D.C. to demand early payment of their bonuses. The Bonus Army's march on the Capitol was initially peaceful, and the protesters camped in makeshift camps near the White House, hoping to meet with President Hoover to discuss their demands. However, Hoover, fearing the political ramifications of granting the veterans' request, refused to meet with them and sent law enforcement to disperse the protesters. As tensions rose, Hoover ordered the U.S. Army, under the command of General Douglas MacArthur, to forcibly remove the veterans from their camps. The military used tanks and tear gas to clear the veterans, and the violent eviction became a shocking spectacle in the national media. The public reaction to the treatment of the Bonus Army was one of outrage. Many Americans were horrified by the sight of war heroes being driven from their encampments by the military, and Hoover's approval rating plummeted. The incident reinforced the perception that Hoover was out of touch with the suffering of ordinary Americans and unwilling to take decisive action to address the crisis. His failure to connect with the public, combined with his reluctance to take bold action, marked a turning point in his presidency. By 1932, Hoover's popularity had eroded to the point where he faced serious challenges in the upcoming presidential election. The American public, exhausted and disillusioned by the Depression, was ready for change. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt, the Democratic candidate who promised a new approach to the crisis. Roosevelt's campaign focused on providing direct relief to the unemployed, reforming the banking system, and creating public works programs to stimulate the economy. His message of hope resonated deeply with Americans who were struggling to make ends meet. As the 1932 election approached, the contrast between Hoover and Roosevelt could not have been more stark. Hoover, once seen as a competent and capable leader, was now viewed by many as a symbol of government ineptitude. Roosevelt, by contrast, offered a vision of a government that would take bold, decisive action to address the Depression and provide a safety net for those in need. On November 8, 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt won a landslide victory in the presidential election with over 57% of the vote. The election of Roosevelt marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape, signaling the end of Hoover's presidency and the beginning of a new era of government intervention and social welfare programs. Roosevelt's New Deal would reshape the American economy and society, setting the stage for a more active role of the federal government in economic affairs. In retrospect, Hoover's presidency is often remembered as a cautionary tale of leadership during a time of crisis. His belief in the principles of limited government and individual responsibility, while noble in theory, proved inadequate when faced with the scale of the Great Depression. Hoover's response to the crisis was too slow, too indirect, and ultimately too limited to prevent the collapse of the American economy or to ease the suffering of millions. The Bonus Army protest and the failure of the RFC to provide meaningful relief to individuals underscored Hoover's inability to meet the needs of the American people. The 1932 election, in which Hoover was decisively defeated by Roosevelt, marked a pivotal moment in American history. The Depression had exposed the shortcomings of Hoover's approach, and the nation was ready for change. Roosevelt's victory ushered in a new era of government intervention and reform, as the country sought to recover from the deepest economic crisis it had ever known. In the wake of Herbert Hoover's failure to address the devastating economic challenges of the Great Depression, a new leader emerged to reshape America's future. Franklin D. Roosevelt, a former governor of New York with a reputation for energy and optimism, was elected president in 1932. His arrival in Washington marked the beginning of a new era in American politics and government. Roosevelt's response to the Depression, known as the New Deal, would transform the nation, redefine the role of the federal government, and offer a glimmer of hope to millions of Americans who had been left in despair. Upon taking office, Roosevelt wasted no time in tackling the economic crisis. He immediately sought to provide relief, recovery, and reform through a series of bold and expansive programs. Roosevelt's New Deal aimed to address the immediate needs of the American people, create jobs, and stabilize the financial system. His approach was different from Hoover's, as Roosevelt believed in active government intervention and the need for a strong federal response to help lift the country out of the Depression. One of the first initiatives Roosevelt launched was the Civilian Conservation Corps (CCC), which aimed to provide jobs for young men in environmental conservation projects. The CCC employed over 3 million young men who worked on projects such as reforestation, flood control, and park development. This program not only helped to address the country's environmental issues, but also provided much-needed employment to young men who had few other opportunities. Another critical program introduced by Roosevelt was the Tennessee Valley Authority (TVA), which sought to address the economic challenges faced by the Tennessee Valley, one of the poorest regions in the United States. The TVA focused on flood control, rural electrification, and economic development in the region. By building dams and power plants, the TVA brought electricity to remote areas, improved agricultural productivity, and created jobs. The TVA was a key example of how the federal government could use its power to directly improve the lives of ordinary citizens. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, was another cornerstone of the New Deal. It employed millions of Americans in public works projects, including the construction of roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals. The WPA was particularly notable for its emphasis on hiring artists, writers, and musicians, providing them with government contracts to create murals, write literature, and produce plays. This aspect of the WPA helped to ensure that the arts remained a vibrant part of American culture during a difficult period, while also providing work for those who had seen their careers and livelihoods disrupted by the Depression. Perhaps one of the most lasting legacies of the New Deal was the creation of Social Security. Signed into law in 1935, the Social Security Act established a system of old age pensions, unemployment insurance, and welfare for the needy. The program was designed to provide a safety net for Americans who had been left vulnerable by the economic collapse. Social security became a cornerstone of the American welfare state, and over time it would be expanded to cover more groups of people, including those with disabilities and survivors of deceased workers. While the New Deal programs were celebrated by many for providing relief to struggling Americans, they also faced significant opposition. Some critics, particularly conservatives, argued that Roosevelt's policies were an overreach of government power and would undermine the free market system. They believed that Roosevelt's interventions would lead to excessive government control over the economy and create a dependence on federal aid. Additionally, some believed that the New Deal did not do enough to address the structural inequalities in American society, particularly those faced by African Americans and women. Despite these criticisms, Roosevelt's New Deal enjoyed widespread popularity among the American public. Many Americans saw Roosevelt as a savior who understood their struggles and was willing to take bold steps to address their needs. The New Deal's emphasis on job creation, direct relief, and economic reform gave hope to millions who had lost everything in the Depression. Roosevelt's Fireside Chats, a series of radio broadcasts in which he spoke directly to the American people, were instrumental in building trust and fostering a sense of unity and confidence in his leadership. Roosevelt's ability to communicate with the public made him one of the most beloved presidents in American history. However, not all Americans were convinced that the New Deal was the solution to the nation's problems. Some, particularly those on the political left, argued that Roosevelt's programs did not go far enough in challenging the economic elites or addressing the needs of the most vulnerable Americans. Figures like Huey Long, a populist Louisiana governor, proposed more radical alternatives, such as wealth redistribution and guaranteed incomes for all citizens. Long's Share Our Wealth program gained significant traction, particularly among those who felt that Roosevelt had failed to address the deep inequalities of American society. The New Deal's legacy is complex and multifaceted. While it succeeded in providing immediate relief to millions of Americans and reshaping the relationship between the federal government and the people, it did not end the Depression. World War II, which began in 1939, would ultimately bring the United States out of the economic crisis by creating an unprecedented demand for war materials and by mobilizing the economy for military production. However, the New Deal laid the foundation for the modern welfare state and permanently altered the role of the federal government in American life. The New Deal also had lasting effects on American political culture. It realigned the American political system, with the Democratic Party becoming the party of the working class, minorities, and the poor. Roosevelt's success in navigating the Depression and reshaping the American economy would solidify his place as one of the most influential presidents in U.S. history. His leadership during this tumultuous period continues to be a touchstone for debates over the role of government in times of crisis. In the next chapter, we will explore the political and economic challenges that arose during the New Deal era, including the rise of opposition movements and the eventual end of the New Deal's most ambitious programs. As the United States continued to grapple with the effects of the Great Depression, the federal government and the financial system were forced to confront a range of challenges that would reshape the nation's economic structure. One of the most important institutions in the early response to the Depression was the Federal Reserve, which played a central role in shaping the nation's monetary policy. Initially, the Federal Reserve's actions contributed to the deepening of the crisis, but in the years following Franklin D. Roosevelt's election, the Fed's policies shifted dramatically, leading to a permanent transformation of America's financial system. In the early years of the Depression, the Federal Reserve responded to the crisis with monetary tightening. This decision, based on the belief that high interest rates would help maintain the value of the dollar and prevent inflation, had disastrous consequences. As the Fed raised interest rates and reduced the money supply, it inadvertently exacerbated the economic contraction, deepening deflation and further stifling recovery. Businesses were unable to borrow and invest, and individuals found it more difficult to secure credit. As a result, the economy spiraled downward and the depression deepened. Deflation, the general decline in prices, became a major concern during the Depression. As the supply of money contracted and demand for goods and services plummeted, prices for goods such as food and clothing dropped dramatically. While lower prices might seem beneficial at first glance, deflation during the Depression was disastrous. It increased the real burden of debt for both individuals and businesses, making it even harder to repay loans and exacerbating bankruptcies. At the same time, wages fell and unemployment soared, creating a vicious cycle of economic decline. By 1932, as the nation struggled with worsening economic conditions, Roosevelt's administration recognized the need for a more aggressive and proactive monetary policy. One of the first steps in this new direction was the creation of a more flexible approach to the gold standard, which had been a cornerstone of the American monetary system for over a century. Under the gold standard, the US dollar was directly tied to a fixed amount of gold, which limited the amount of money that could be issued by the Federal Reserve. This constraint was seen as a key factor in the tight money supply and deflationary pressures that had contributed to the Depression. In 1933, Roosevelt took decisive action to address the nation's financial troubles by suspending the gold standard. In what became known as the Gold Reserve Act of 1934, the U.S. government confiscated gold from private citizens and businesses. People were required to exchange their gold coins, gold bullion, and gold certificates for paper currency at a fixed rate, thus increasing the amount of money in circulation and loosening the constraints imposed by the gold standard. This was a bold move that was deeply controversial at the time, but it was part of Roosevelt's broader strategy to combat deflation and stimulate economic recovery. The Gold Reserve Act also set the stage for a dramatic devaluation of the US dollar. By reducing the dollar's link to gold and increasing the money supply, Roosevelt was able to lower the value of the dollar relative to other currencies. This devaluation was designed to make American goods more competitive in global markets by making them cheaper for foreign buyers. It also helped to raise prices for goods in the US, which in turn provided some relief for farmers and businesses that had been struggling under the weight of falling prices. The decision to devalue the dollar and abandon the gold standard marked a pivotal moment in American economic history. Roosevelt's actions signaled a fundamental shift away from the classical economic principles that had dominated U.S. monetary policy since the 19th century. The U.S. government under Roosevelt was now willing to intervene directly in the financial system in ways that had been unimaginable just a few years earlier. The end of the gold standard marked the beginning of a new era in which the federal government would play an active role in managing the economy, a role that would continue to expand throughout the 20th century. Alongside these changes, Roosevelt's administration also worked to reform the banking system. The Banking Act of 1933, also known as the Glass-Steagall Act, was another key piece of New Deal legislation. This law separated commercial banking from investment banking, reducing the risks of speculative investment and protecting consumers' savings. It also established the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, which provided insurance for bank deposits up to a certain amount, giving Americans greater confidence in the safety of their savings. The FDIC was a crucial step in restoring public trust in the banking system, which had been shattered by a wave of bank failures during the early years of the Depression. By ensuring deposits, the FDIC helped to stabilize the banking system and reduce the fear of losing savings in the event of a bank failure. This, in turn, encouraged people to deposit money in banks rather than hoard it at home, which helped to inject liquidity back into the financial system and promote economic activity. In addition to these reforms, Roosevelt's administration also worked to stabilize the financial markets through the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. This law created the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC), which was tasked with regulating the stock market and protecting investors from fraud and manipulation. The SEC's creation marked a shift toward more active government oversight of the financial system and laid the groundwork for modern securities regulation. By the time Roosevelt left office in 1945, the U.S. financial system had undergone a profound transformation. The policies he implemented during the New Deal, particularly those related to monetary policy and banking reform, would have lasting effects on the American economy. The abandonment of the gold standard and the devaluation of the dollar set the stage for the modern era of flexible exchange rates and greater government intervention in the economy. The establishment of the FDIC, the SEC, and the broader regulatory framework for the financial system helped to restore stability and public confidence, ensuring that the mistakes of the 1920s and early 1930s would not be repeated. In the next chapter, we will examine the long-term effects of Roosevelt's financial reforms, including how they shaped the post-war economic boom and the role of the U.S. in the global economy. The Great Depression was not only an economic catastrophe, but also a profound cultural and psychological experience for millions of Americans. While many struggled with unemployment, poverty, and the loss of homes, others sought solace and meaning through the arts. Artists, musicians, writers, and filmmakers helped shape a cultural response to the hardships of the time, offering both reflections of despair and rays of hope. The Depression, in many ways, influenced the direction of American culture and left lasting marks on the national psyche. The literature of the 1930s was dominated by authors who explored the struggles of everyday people, capturing the harsh realities of life during the Depression. One of the most iconic voices of this period was John Steinbeck, whose novels like The Grapes of Wrath and Of Mice and Men depicted the devastation experienced by farmers and migrant workers. Steinbeck's portrayal of the Joad family's journey westward in search of work highlighted the resilience of the human spirit, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. His work resonated deeply with those affected by the Depression and brought attention to the economic and social injustices faced by the poor and disenfranchised. Alongside Steinbeck's literary contributions, musicians like Woody Guthrie provided a soundtrack for the Depression. Guthrie's folk songs, such as This Land Is Your Land and Do Re Mi, expressed the struggles of the working class, particularly migrant laborers, and reflected the deep sense of injustice and hardship that many Americans were experiencing. His music became an anthem for those who sought a voice in a time of hardship, and was a reminder of the power of music to provide both solace and a call for social change. The Depression era also saw a surge in the popularity of cinema, which provided an escape from the harsh realities of life. Hollywood films offered audiences a mix of escapism and social commentary, helping people to forget, if only for a few hours, the struggles they faced. Musicals, comedies, and epic dramas flourished, offering a form of entertainment that allowed people to momentarily disconnect from their problems. At the same time, films like The Grapes of Wrath, adapted from Steinbeck's novel, and Modern Times starring Charlie Chaplin, offered sobering reflections on the impact of industrialization and economic hardship on ordinary Americans. Radio, however, was the medium that truly brought Americans together during the Depression. As the most popular form of entertainment and communication, Radio allowed people across the country to connect with each other and with their leaders. One of the most significant uses of radio during the Depression was Franklin D. Roosevelt's fireside chats. These radio broadcasts, which began in 1933, allowed Roosevelt to speak directly to the American people in a reassuring and intimate manner. In an era of widespread anxiety and uncertainty, Roosevelt's calming voice and clear explanations of his policies helped to restore a sense of hope and confidence. The fireside chats were a vital tool in building trust between the president and the public and provided a sense of unity during a time of national crisis. In addition to providing entertainment and connection, radio also served as a platform for the burgeoning labor movement. The economic hardships of the Depression spurred the growth of unions and workers' rights organizations as workers sought to secure better wages and working conditions. Radio broadcasts helped to spread the message of labor activism and unionization, as many Americans listened to programs that highlighted the struggles of workers and the importance of collective bargaining. The radio provided a voice for union leaders like John L. Bullock, Lewis, head of the United Mine Workers, and other labor figures who became influential during this period. The rise of unions during the Depression was a direct response to the exploitation and mistreatment of workers by large corporations. As unemployment soared and working conditions worsened, labor unions became a powerful force in advocating for the rights of workers. The passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, in 1933, which aimed to establish fair labor standards and provide workers with the right to organize, marked a significant shift in the relationship between labor and management. The NIRA and other New Deal legislation provided a legal framework for labor unions to gain strength and influence. During the Depression, there was a growing recognition of the need to protect workers and ensure their rights in the workplace. The rise of union movements not only changed the nature of labor relations, but also helped to shape the broader social and political landscape of the time. Unionization efforts during the Depression were a critical part of the struggle for economic justice and equality in the United States. The cultural shifts brought about by the Depression were not just limited to the arts and labor movements. The national psyche was also deeply impacted by the prolonged economic struggle. The Depression eroded the sense of optimism that had characterized the previous decade, replacing it with a sense of caution and resilience. People learned to live with less, and many embraced a culture of thrift and self-reliance. Yet, at the same time, the Depression sparked a collective sense of solidarity, as Americans looked to each other for support and found strength in their shared experiences. In the years following the Depression, the cultural impact of this period would continue to shape American life. The music, literature and films of the 1930s would remain deeply influential, offering lessons on perseverance, justice, and the importance of community. The labor movement would also continue to evolve, shaping labor rights and economic policy for decades to come. And the fireside chats would serve as a model for future presidents, illustrating the power of direct communication in times of crisis. The Great Depression, with all its hardships, was also a time of tremendous cultural change. It reshaped the way Americans saw their world, their economy, and each other. The arts, radio, and labor movements played pivotal roles in helping the nation survive the darkest period in its history, and the legacy of this era continues to be felt in American culture today. In the next chapter, we will examine the end of the Depression and the role of World War II in bringing about the recovery that the New Deal alone could not achieve. By the late 1930s, the United States was on the long road to recovery, though the scars of the Great Depression remained deeply embedded in the national consciousness. While the New Deal had provided critical relief, employment and reforms, the recovery was slow and uneven. For many Americans, Life still felt uncertain, but there were emerging signs of improvement. The economic landscape was shifting, with key indicators pointing toward a gradual but sustained recovery. One of the most significant early signs of recovery in the late 1930s was the steady growth in industrial output. Factories that had been idle during the worst years of the Depression began to hum with activity again. The manufacturing sector, which had been devastated by falling demand and widespread bankruptcies, saw a surge in production as consumer confidence grew. The revival of key industries such as automobiles, steel, and consumer goods fueled optimism, and jobs were slowly being restored. The agricultural sector also showed signs of improvement, particularly after the passage of the Agricultural Adjustment Act (AAA), which had been part of Roosevelt's New Deal. This legislation sought to raise crop prices by paying farmers to reduce production, thereby addressing the severe economic pressures faced by the agricultural community. While the effectiveness of the AAA was debated, it did provide some relief to struggling farmers and helped stabilize the agricultural market. Additionally, the rise of new farming technologies and practices gradually improved productivity and efficiency. However, despite these signs of recovery, the nation was far from fully recovered. Unemployment, although decreasing, remained stubbornly high, hovering at levels far above what would be considered acceptable in a fully functioning economy. Poverty remained widespread, particularly in rural areas, and many people continued to depend on government aid. The economic system had not yet regained the momentum of the 1920s, and the full recovery would take years. As the nation struggled to regain its economic footing, international events began to cast a shadow over the recovery process. The rise of authoritarian regimes in Europe and Asia, particularly the expansionist policies of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, created an unstable global environment. The looming threat of war would soon become a decisive factor in the nation's economic future. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 marked a turning point in the recovery process. The war brought with it an unprecedented demand for industrial goods, including weapons, vehicles, and other military supplies. The U.S. government embarked on massive industrial mobilization to support the war effort, resulting in a dramatic increase in production and job creation. Factories that had once produced consumer goods now shifted to military production, and millions of men and women found work in defense industries. Unemployment, which had plagued the nation for years, was virtually eliminated as the country geared up for war. The war effort also had a profound impact on the labor market. With millions of men enlisted in the military, women entered the workforce in greater numbers than ever before, filling jobs in factories, offices, and other industries. The iconic image of Rosie the Riveter symbolized the crucial role that women played in the wartime economy. The war not only provided jobs for millions, but also laid the foundation for significant changes in American society, particularly in terms of gender roles and the participation of women in the workforce. In addition to the economic benefits of war mobilization, World War II had lasting effects on American society. The war led to a transformation in the nation's global role, as the United States emerged from the conflict as the world's leading economic and military power. The war also accelerated technological innovation, with advancements in fields such as aviation, communications, and medicine. The economic changes brought about by the war laid the groundwork for the post-war boom, which would see the U.S. economy grow at an unprecedented rate in the 1950s and beyond. Although World War II played a critical role in ending the Great Depression, the legacy of the Depression era remained deeply ingrained in American society. The financial reforms implemented during the 1930s, such as the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC), and the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) helped to stabilize the banking and financial systems and restore public confidence. These reforms provided a sense of security for depositors and investors and reduced the risk of another financial collapse. The New Deal also laid the foundation for the modern welfare state. Social Security, which was established in 1935, provided a safety net for the elderly, the disabled, and other vulnerable populations. This program, along with other social welfare initiatives, became a cornerstone of the American social contract and ensured that millions of Americans would not fall through the cracks during times of economic hardship. The experience of the Great Depression also left a lasting mark on the national psyche. Americans had learned to be cautious and conservative with their finances. The memory of the stock market crash and the devastation of the Depression era encouraged future generations to prioritize financial stability and to view economic risks with skepticism. The Depression reinforced the belief that government intervention could play a crucial role in mitigating economic crises, and this mindset would shape economic policy for decades to come. In the years following the Depression, Americans embraced a new economic reality. While the memory of the 1930s would never fade, the recovery process, aided by the global conflict of World War II, set the stage for a period of prosperity and growth. The legacy of the Great Depression, however, remained an integral part of the nation's development as the United States emerged from the crisis with a new understanding of the need for financial regulation, social welfare programs, and a more active role for government in managing the economy. As the United States moved into the post-war era, the country was forever changed by the lessons learned during the Great Depression. The challenges of the 1930s helped to reshape American politics, economics, and society, leaving a profound impact on the direction of the nation for generations to come. The origins of Rome are steeped in myth and legend, with the most famous story being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of the god Mars and a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia. According to the myth, the twins were cast into the Tiber River and rescued by a she-wolf who nursed them until they were found by a shepherd. They eventually decided to build a city, but a dispute over its location led Romulus to kill Remus. Romulus then became the first king of Rome, giving the city its name. While captivating, this tale is not supported by concrete evidence. Archaeological findings suggest that the area around the Palatine Hill was occupied by small pastoral communities as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements gradually coalesced into a single political entity by the mid-8th century BCE, consistent with the traditional founding date of 753 BCE. Rome's early political structure was that of a monarchy, and it is believed that there were 7 kings, beginning with Romulus and ending with Tarquin the Proud. Some of these kings, such as Numa Pompilius, were credited with laying the foundations of Roman religion and civil institutions, while others, like Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius, expanded Rome's territory through warfare and colonization. The later kings, particularly the Etruscan rulers like Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, introduced significant cultural and political changes, including urban planning, religious rituals, and symbols of royal power. The Etruscans themselves were a sophisticated and powerful civilization in northern Italy, and their influence helped shape early Roman art, architecture, and governance. However, the monarchy became increasingly unpopular, especially under the rule of the last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. His autocratic rule and the infamous incident involving his son Sextus Tarquinius and the noble woman Lucretia sparked a widespread revolt. Lucretia's subsequent suicide galvanized the Roman aristocracy, to abolish the monarchy altogether. In 509 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, a radical political shift that transferred power from kings to elected magistrates and the Senate. This marked the beginning of the Roman Republic, a system built on a complex balance of power among consuls, the Senate, and various popular assemblies. The transition also laid the groundwork for a new Roman identity, one defined by civic duty, collective decision-making, and a deep mistrust of kingship. The memory of the monarchy, especially the tyranny of its final ruler, would haunt Roman politics for centuries, serving as a powerful warning against concentrated power. The founding myths and early history of Rome were thus not only stories of origin, but also moral and political lessons that shaped Roman culture, institutions, and values throughout its history. The year 509 BCE marked a turning point in Roman history with the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. This new political system was built on the principles of shared governance, legal accountability, and civic duty. Central to the structure of the Republic were two annually elected magistrates, known as consuls. These consuls held imperium, the supreme executive authority, but their power was deliberately limited by the fact that they had to serve jointly, thus preventing any single individual from accumulating too much influence. Alongside the consuls, the Senate played a critical role, though it initially functioned as an advisory body composed of aristocratic elders. It quickly evolved into the dominant institution in Roman politics. The Senate guided foreign policy, controlled public finances, and served as the central force in legislative matters. However, the early republic was anything but stable. Beneath the surface of this seemingly balanced government was a fierce struggle for political equality, known as the conflict of the orders. This long-standing social tension pitted the patricians, the aristocratic elite, who claimed hereditary political privilege, against the plebeians, the broader body of Roman citizens who had limited rights. The plebeians, frustrated by their lack of representation and legal protection, demanded reforms. One of the earliest and most significant victories for the plebeians came with the creation of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. Tribunes had the power to veto legislation and protect plebeian interests, making them a powerful counterbalance to patrician dominance. The conflict of the orders unfolded over nearly 2 centuries and brought about substantial constitutional reforms. The 12 Tables, Rome's first codified laws, were established around 450 BCE, giving all citizens a basic understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. In 367 BCE, the Licinian Sextian laws opened the consulship to plebeians, a monumental shift in Roman politics. By the early 3rd century BCE, the plebeians had secured access to nearly all political offices, although the patrician class continued to wield significant social and economic power. While these internal struggles shaped Rome's political identity, its external actions defined its rise as a power. During this period, Rome embarked on a series of military campaigns to secure dominance over the Italian peninsula. These conquests were not the result of a grand strategy, but rather a combination of opportunism, local alliances, and defensive wars. Rome's conflicts with neighboring tribes and city-states, such as the Volsci, Aequi, Etruscans, and Samnites, gradually extended Roman control through central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars, a series of 3 conflicts fought between 343 and 290 BCE, were particularly critical. These wars tested Roman military resilience and political cohesion, leading to significant territorial expansion. Rome's approach to governance in conquered territories was a key factor in its success. Rather than simply subjugate and exploit newly conquered peoples, Rome often extended varying degrees of citizenship and autonomy. This policy helped integrate diverse communities into the Roman system, fostering loyalty and long-term stability. The Roman military also evolved during this period, shifting from a citizen militia to a more structured and professional fighting force, capable of sustained campaigns and complex maneuvers. By 264 BCE, the year marking the beginning of the First Punic War, Rome had become the dominant power on the Italian peninsula. Its political system had matured through internal struggle, and its military had been tempered by decades of warfare. What had begun as a small republic surrounded by hostile neighbors had grown into a burgeoning power poised to challenge the greatest empires of the Mediterranean world. The foundation was now set for Rome's transformation from a regional force into a global superpower. The Punic Wars were a series of 3 epic conflicts fought between Rome and the powerful North African city-state of Carthage between 264 and 146 BCE. These wars not only determined dominance over the Western Mediterranean, but also reshaped the geopolitical landscape and catapulted Rome from a regional power into a true superpower. The First Punic War began in 264 BCE, over control of Sicily, a strategically crucial island. Although Rome had no prior naval tradition, it quickly adapted by reverse engineering captured Carthaginian ships and building a formidable fleet. The Romans innovated naval warfare with the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to turn sea battles into infantry skirmishes. After more than 2 decades of brutal conflict, Rome emerged victorious in 241 BCE, claiming Sicily as its first overseas province. This victory set the stage for future expansion and provoked Carthaginian resentment that would soon reignite hostilities. The Second Punic War, which began in 218 BCE, is perhaps the most famous due to the exploits of the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's bold and audacious strategy involved leading a massive army, including war elephants, across the Alps into northern Italy. His unexpected route and early victories at battles such as Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and especially Cannae, where he annihilated a much larger Roman force, shocked the Roman world and nearly brought the Republic to its knees. However, despite Hannibal's military genius and over a decade of campaigning in Italy, he failed to capture Rome itself. Rome's response was to avoid pitched battles with Hannibal, while slowly wearing down Carthaginian influence and opening new fronts. The Roman general Scipio Africanus took the war to North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. At the decisive Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war and cementing Rome's dominance. Carthage was left weakened but not destroyed. The Third Punic War, beginning in 149 BCE, was driven more by Roman fear and ambition than necessity. Despite Carthage having abided by the harsh peace terms from the previous war, some Roman leaders, notably Cato the Elder, insisted that Carthage must be eliminated. The Roman siege of Carthage lasted 3 years and culminated in 146 BCE, with the complete destruction of the city. Carthage was razed, its population enslaved, and its territory annexed as the Roman province of Africa. The conclusion of the Punic Wars marked a dramatic transformation in Rome's role on the world stage. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood unchallenged in the Western Mediterranean. The wars had tested Roman resilience, adaptability, and military prowess, and the lessons learned shaped the empire's future policies of conquest and administration. Rome's naval supremacy, logistical capability, and political tenacity had proven decisive. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Roman Republic was no longer a regional power limited to Italy, but a Mediterranean empire on the rise, with aspirations that would soon extend to Greece, Asia, and beyond. The period from 146 to 27 BCE was a time of profound upheaval for the Roman Republic. While Rome had emerged from the Punic Wars as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, its internal structure was rapidly eroding. The vast wealth accumulated through conquest led to significant economic inequality, with a small elite controlling much of the land and resources, while the majority of the population, especially the plebeians, suffered from poverty and social instability. The growing wealth gap created a breeding ground for corruption, as politicians and military leaders sought to maintain or expand their power through patronage, bribery, and manipulation of the political system. The Roman Republic, built on the ideals of shared governance and civic duty, found itself increasingly dominated by a few powerful individuals who used their wealth and influence to control the Senate, the assemblies, and even the military. Social unrest became more frequent as the lower classes demanded land reforms, debt relief, and greater representation. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, were early champions of plebeian rights, pushing for reforms that would redistribute land and address economic inequality. However, their efforts were met with fierce opposition from the Senate, and both brothers were assassinated, setting a dangerous precedent for the political violence that would follow. The Republic's decline accelerated with the rise of powerful military leaders, such as Marius and Sulla, who built personal armies loyal to themselves rather than the state. The use of private armies, coupled with political infighting, turned Rome's political system into a battlefield. The first of a series of civil wars broke out between the forces of Marius and Sulla, and in 82 BCE, Sulla emerged victorious, becoming dictator for an unprecedented term of several years. Sulla's reforms further weakened the power of the Senate, concentrating more power in the hands of the dictator and setting a dangerous precedent for future leaders. The Republic was now in a state of permanent crisis, and it was within this chaotic environment that Julius Caesar emerged. Julius Caesar was a military genius and a shrewd politician. He first gained prominence in the 60s BCE as part of the First Triumvirate, an unofficial political alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of Rome's most powerful figures. Together they dominated Roman politics and circumvented the traditional power structures. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul, however, would prove to be his ticket to ultimate power. His conquest of Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE made him one of the most popular and powerful men in Rome, but it also made him a direct threat to the established political order. In 49 BCE, after his term as consul had ended, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of insurrection that led to civil war. The phrase crossing the Rubicon has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's armies, and Pompey himself fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated. Caesar returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Republic, and was declared dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. His concentration of power alarmed many, particularly those who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated Caesar, believing that they were saving the Republic from tyranny. However, Caesar's death did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars as rival factions fought for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled by his adopted heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who had been in a position of relative power within Caesar's inner circle. Octavian, Pompey's son-in-law, and Mark Antony, a loyal general under Caesar, initially formed the Second Triumvirate to avenge Caesar's death and consolidate their power. However, tensions soon arose between Octavian and Antony, culminating in the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian's forces defeated Antony and his ally, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, ending their aspirations for power. Following his victory, Octavian became the uncontested ruler of Rome. In 27 BCE, Octavian formally ended the civil wars by accepting the title of Augustus, signaling the dawn of the Roman Empire. With his rise to power, the Roman Republic came to an end, and Rome transitioned from a republic to an autocracy, with Augustus as its first emperor. The fall of the Republic was not a single event, but a prolonged process of political decay, military intervention, and social unrest. While the Republic's ideals of shared governance and civic duty had long been abandoned by the time of Augustus's rise, the transformation was complete when he took the title of emperor, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The age of emperors, beginning with Augustus in 27 BCE, marked the start of a new era in Roman history. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was the first emperor of Rome, and his reign heralded the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a master of political strategy, and he skillfully presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, despite holding absolute power. His reign was marked by a series of reforms that stabilized the empire and laid the foundation for a new, enduring political system. One of Augustus's most significant reforms was the restructuring of the Roman state. He maintained the outward appearance of republican institutions, but in reality he held ultimate authority, consolidating power in the office of the emperor. Augustus reformed the Senate, ensuring that it remained a body of loyal supporters, while he personally controlled the military and held the title of princeps, or first citizen, which gave him unparalleled influence over Rome's political and military affairs. Augustus's military reforms were equally important. He created a standing professional army with soldiers who served for fixed terms, which helped ensure the loyalty of the legions to the emperor. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit tasked with protecting the emperor. He successfully secured the Roman Empire's borders, ensuring the empire's stability by securing the Rhine, Danube and Euphrates frontiers, while also consolidating Roman control over the provinces. Augustus's reign marked a period of relative peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This period, which lasted from 27 BCE to 180 CE, is considered one of the most remarkable in Roman history. The empire experienced unprecedented stability, which allowed for significant cultural, architectural, and economic development. During the Pax Romana, Augustus undertook an ambitious building program in Rome, transforming the city into a stunning metropolis. He famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Major projects included the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and public buildings, many of which would stand for centuries. The Roman road system expanded dramatically during this time, facilitating communication, trade, and military movement across the vast empire. The famous Roman roads, some of which are still in use today, were key to maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Augustus also promoted the arts and literature, fostering the works of poets such as Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, whose writings became emblematic of Roman culture. Augustus's reign was not without challenges, and the succession of power after his death in 14 CE became a crucial issue for the empire. Augustus did not have a direct male heir, so he adopted his stepson Tiberius as his successor. Tiberius's reign marked the beginning of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which included the emperors Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. This dynasty was marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Tiberius, though a capable military leader, was often seen as a paranoid and reclusive ruler, leaving much of the administration of the empire to his officials. Caligula, his successor, is infamous for his cruelty and erratic behavior, which included appointing his horse as a consul and engaging in lavish and tyrannical excesses. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE led to the rise of his uncle Claudius, who proved to be a competent and relatively popular emperor. Claudius expanded the empire, notably by conquering Britain in 43 CE, and his reign was marked by reforms to the legal system and the expansion of public infrastructure. However, Claudius's death in 54 CE led to the rise of his stepson Nero, whose rule would be marred by scandal and corruption. Nero's reign was marked by a series of disasters, including the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which many believed he either started or failed to control, and the persecution of Christians. Nero's erratic behavior, along with his failure to respond effectively to various crises, led to widespread unrest and his eventual suicide in 68 CE. The fall of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and set the stage for a period of civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which several military leaders vied for control of the empire. Ultimately, Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, emerged victorious and restored stability to the empire. Despite the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the Pax Romana continued under the Flavians and later emperors, with the empire reaching its territorial peak during the reign of Trajan 98-117 CE. Under Trajan, the Roman Empire expanded to its greatest extent, stretching from Britain in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, encompassing a vast array of diverse cultures and territories. The stability of the Pax Romana allowed Rome to become a cultural and economic powerhouse, creating a legacy that would influence the Western world for centuries. The Age of Emperors, which began with Augustus, was defined by monumental achievements in governance, culture, and infrastructure. Although the emperors who followed Augustus faced their own challenges, the period established a model of imperial rule that would endure for centuries and cement the Roman Empire's place in history as one of the most powerful and influential civilizations the world has ever known. The 1st and 2nd centuries CE marked the height of the Roman Empire, both in territorial extent and cultural influence. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial boundaries, controlling vast areas of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Trajan, who reigned from 98 to 117 CE, is often considered one of the greatest of the Roman emperors due to his military successes and his role in expanding the empire. His most famous military campaign was the Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 106 CE. The conquest of Dacia, in modern-day Romania, added immense wealth to the Roman Empire, particularly through the acquisition of gold mines, which funded further imperial expansion and monumental building projects. Trajan's conquest of Dacia was followed by other campaigns, and under his rule, Rome reached its maximum territorial extent, encompassing modern-day Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Greece, Turkey, parts of the Middle East, and North Africa. The empire's expansion was not simply about military conquests, it was about incorporating and integrating the diverse cultures within its borders. The process of Romanization, the spread of Roman culture, laws, language, and customs, became one of the defining features of Roman imperial rule. As Rome expanded, it encountered a variety of peoples, including Celts, Germans, Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and Persians. To maintain stability, the Roman Empire encouraged the adoption of Roman culture and institutions. Latin became the dominant language of administration, law, and commerce, while Roman architecture, urban planning, and technology spread across the empire. The Romans built an extensive network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, facilitating trade, communication, and military movement across the empire. Cities such as London, Lyon and Antioch flourished under Roman rule, becoming centers of commerce, learning and culture. The integration of diverse cultures was also evident in religion. While the Romans practiced a polytheistic religion centered around gods like Jupiter, Juno and Mars, they were generally tolerant of local religious practices. Over time, Roman gods were often syncretized with local deities, creating a religious melting pot. The Roman Empire also contributed to the spread of Greek culture, particularly in the fields of philosophy, art, and science. Roman intellectuals and rulers admired Greek civilization, and many Roman elites sent their children to Greece for education. Roman literature, especially poetry, was deeply influenced by Greek models, and Roman art and sculpture often borrowed from Greek traditions. In addition to cultural integration, the Roman Empire undertook a series of reforms to manage its vast territories effectively. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a Roman-appointed official. While the emperor had ultimate authority, many provinces enjoyed a significant degree of local autonomy, allowing them to retain some of their own traditions and customs. This balance between central control and local autonomy helped ensure the stability of the empire. The Roman military played a crucial role in both conquest and maintaining peace within the empire. The Roman legions, highly trained and well organized, were stationed across the empire to defend its borders and suppress any rebellions. While the Roman military was often used to expand the empire's borders, it also played an important role in maintaining internal stability. The presence of the military in conquered regions helped to secure Roman authority and protect trade routes. Rome's expansion and its ability to integrate diverse cultures under its rule were not without challenges. The sheer size of the empire created logistical difficulties, and the integration of so many different cultures sometimes led to tensions. Some regions, such as Britain and Judea, experienced frequent revolts against Roman rule. In Judea, the Jewish people's resistance to Roman occupation culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, a series of revolts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE. However, the overall success of Romanization is evident in the lasting influence of Roman culture across Europe and the Mediterranean. Roman law, language, and architecture became the foundation for many modern institutions in Europe, and Latin became the precursor to the Romance languages spoken in much of the Western world today. By the end of the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire had not only expanded to its greatest territorial extent, but had also succeeded in integrating a wide variety of peoples and cultures. The empire stood as the most powerful civilization in the ancient world, its legacy enduring for centuries after its fall. The 3rd century crisis, spanning from 235 to 284 CE, was one of the most tumultuous periods in Roman history. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, external invasions, and the near collapse of the Roman Empire. During this time, the Roman Empire was plagued by a rapid turnover of emperors, with over 20 different men claiming the imperial throne in just 50 years. The political situation in Rome became chaotic, as military leaders, rather than the traditional ruling elite, increasingly determined who would wear the imperial crown. The assassination of Emperor Alexander Severus in 235 CE was the catalyst for the crisis. Severus, a relatively stable and competent ruler, was murdered by his own troops, who were disillusioned with his leadership. This event set off a chain reaction of instability, as one emperor after another was either killed in battle or assassinated by their own forces. The lack of a clear succession system or institutional mechanisms for the peaceful transfer of power exacerbated the problem. The rapid turnover of emperors, with many ruling for only a few months or years, made it difficult for any leader to establish long-term policies or authority. This weakened the central authority of the emperor and created a power vacuum that was filled by military leaders and regional commanders. As a result, the empire was plagued by constant civil war, with different factions fighting for control. Meanwhile, the empire faced multiple external threats. In the east, the Sassanid Empire rose to challenge Roman dominance, launching a series of invasions that threatened Roman territories in the Near East. In the north, the Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Franks, launched repeated raids along the Roman frontier, further straining the empire's resources. These invasions, coupled with internal strife, put enormous pressure on the Roman military and its ability to defend the empire's vast borders. Another factor that contributed to the crisis was the devastating plague that swept through the empire during the 250 SCE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after the Bishop of Carthage who wrote about it, this outbreak killed millions of people and severely disrupted the Roman economy. The death toll from the plague weakened the empire's agricultural base, disrupted trade, and caused widespread famine. The economic collapse that followed the plague was compounded by inflation, heavy taxation, and the debasement of the currency. The empire's finances were stretched thin as it struggled to maintain its military and administrative apparatus. In the face of these challenges, the Roman military itself became increasingly important. The rapid turnover of emperors meant that military leaders, rather than the Senate or the people, held the real power. As a result, a new class of military strongmen began to emerge, men who wielded military power and could command the loyalty of their legions. These generals were often able to seize power for themselves, either by force or by manipulation. One of the most famous of these military strongmen was Emperor Gallienus, who ruled from 253 to 268 CE. Gallienus fought off multiple invasions, including the Gothic raids on the Balkans and the rise of the usurper Postumus in the western provinces. Despite his efforts, however, Gallienus was unable to fully restore order, and the empire continued to fragment. Another significant figure during this period was Aurelian, who reigned from 270 to 275 CE. Aurelian is often credited with restoring the empire's stability after decades of chaos. He successfully repelled invasions by the Goths and the Franks, re-established Roman control over the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west, and defeated the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Aurelian's military successes earned him the title Restorer of the World, and his reign marked the beginning of a slow recovery from the 3rd century crisis. Despite Aurelian's efforts, the empire was still in disarray, and it would take another nearly decade-long process of reforms to fully stabilize the Roman state. The 3rd century crisis ended in 284 CE, when Emperor Diocletian came to power. Diocletian's reign marked a turning point in Roman history. He recognized that the empire was simply too large and too diverse to be ruled by a single emperor. In response, he introduced a series of sweeping reforms, including the division of the empire into two parts, the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule by multiple emperors. These reforms would lay the groundwork for the transformation of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, paving the way for its eventual division into two distinct entities, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire. The reigns of Diocletian and Constantine in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE marked a critical turning point in Roman history. Faced with a crumbling empire, both emperors introduced significant reforms to stabilize and restructure the Roman world. Diocletian, who became emperor in 284 CE, inherited an empire in crisis. The 3rd century crisis had left the Roman Empire divided, weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Diocletian recognized that the empire, due to its vast size and diverse peoples, could no longer be ruled by a single emperor. To address this, he introduced the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule in which the empire was divided into 4 parts, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian himself ruled the eastern half, while his trusted general Maximian ruled the western half. Each emperor, known as an Augustus, was supported by a subordinate emperor, a Caesar, who would eventually succeed them. The idea behind the Tetrarchy was to make the empire more manageable by ensuring that different regions were governed by experienced rulers who could respond quickly to internal or external threats. This system brought a temporary period of stability to the empire, allowing for better defense along the borders and more efficient governance. Diocletian also implemented sweeping economic reforms. He introduced price controls to curb inflation, reformed the tax system, and attempted to stabilize the currency. However, his most enduring reform was the creation of a more bureaucratic and centralized government. Diocletian strengthened the imperial court and military, dividing the empire into smaller administrative units known as dioceses and provinces. While these reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they also laid the groundwork for further divisions in the future. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the Tetrarchy began to unravel as rivalries between emperors escalated, leading to civil wars. Amidst this turmoil, Constantine emerged as a dominant figure. Constantine, the son of the Western Emperor Constantius Chlorus, became emperor in 306 CE after his father's death. Constantine's rise to power was not immediate, and he faced multiple challenges from other claimants to the throne. However, after a series of military victories, Constantine eventually became the sole emperor of both the eastern and western parts of the empire. Constantine's reign marked a series of significant reforms, but none were as transformative as his relationship with Christianity. In 312 CE, Constantine won the Battle of the Milvian Bridge against his rival Maxentius. According to legend, before the battle, Constantine saw a vision of the Christian symbol, the Chi, along with the words, "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign, Constantine converted to Christianity and became its first openly Christian emperor. In 313 CE, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted religious tolerance across the empire. This was a monumental shift, as Christians had long been persecuted for their beliefs. Constantine's embrace of Christianity transformed not only the Roman Empire, but also the course of world history. Under Constantine, Christianity began its rise from a persecuted minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. Constantine himself became a patron of the Church, commissioning the construction of churches, including the famous Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and giving the Church a prominent place in Roman society. However, Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not without complexity. While he supported the Christian Church, he also sought to maintain control over its affairs. He convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which aimed to resolve theological disputes within Christianity and establish a unified doctrine. The Council of Nicaea produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that remains central to many Christian denominations today. Constantine's decision to favor Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman world. By embracing Christianity, Constantine not only reshaped Roman religious life, but also set the stage for Christianity's eventual dominance across Europe and beyond. Another key reform initiated by Constantine was the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium, a city located on the Bosporus in modern-day Turkey. In 330 CE, Constantine refounded the city as Constantinople, or New Rome, and made it the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the capital was motivated by both strategic and practical concerns. Byzantium's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia made it an ideal hub for trade and military operations. Additionally, the city was more defensible than Rome, with natural barriers on three sides and a strong fortified wall. Constantinople quickly became a vibrant center of culture, commerce, and administration, rivaling Rome itself. Constantine's founding of Constantinople marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history. The city would eventually become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantine's reign brought significant political, religious, and cultural changes to the Roman world. His reforms laid the foundation for the transformation of the Roman Empire into a new kind of state, one that was increasingly shaped by Christianity and oriented toward the Eastern Mediterranean. Constantine's establishment of Constantinople also symbolized the shift of power from the western part of the empire to the east, a trend that would become more pronounced in the following centuries. While Constantine's reign brought stability to the empire, it also marked the beginning of a new phase in Roman history, one that would eventually see the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire as a distinct entity. The decline of the Western Roman Empire during the 4th and 5th centuries CE was marked by a series of military defeats, economic struggles, and social upheavals that eventually led to its collapse in 476 CE. This period was characterized by a series of invasions by barbarian groups such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which destabilized the empire and exposed its vulnerability. As the empire's internal problems deepened, the pressure from these outside forces increased, pushing the Western Roman Empire toward its ultimate fall. One of the most significant events in the decline of the Western Roman Empire was the invasion of the Visigoths. In 410 CE, under the leadership of King Alaric, the Visigoths sacked Rome itself. This was the first time in over 800 years that Rome had been captured by a foreign enemy. The sack of Rome was a traumatic event for the Roman world, symbolizing the empire's loss of power and prestige. The Visigoths had long been in conflict with the Roman Empire, and their invasion marked the culmination of a series of raids and battles that weakened Rome's grip on its territories. The sack of Rome in 410 CE had a profound psychological impact on both the Romans and their enemies. It demonstrated that the once mighty empire was no longer invulnerable. While the Visigoths would eventually settle in Gaul and Spain, their attack was just one of many barbarian incursions that contributed to the empire's decline. The Vandals, another barbarian group, also played a critical role in the weakening of the Western Roman Empire. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric, crossed into North Africa in the early 5th century and soon took control of Carthage, one of the most important cities in the empire. In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, further undermining the authority of the Western Roman Empire. Unlike the Visigoths, who had stopped short of plundering Rome in 410 CE, the Vandals looted the city for 2 weeks, taking valuable treasures and desecrating important buildings. The sacking of Rome by the Vandals further diminished the empire's ability to defend itself against future threats. Meanwhile, the Huns, a fearsome nomadic group from Central Asia, had become one of the most significant threats to the Roman Empire during the 5th century. Under the leadership of Attila, the Huns invaded both the Eastern and Western Roman empires, Attila's forces terrorized the empire's northern and eastern borders, and his invasion of Gaul in 451 CE resulted in the famous Battle of the Catalonian Plains. Although the Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, were able to repel the Huns in this battle, the Huns continued to ravage the empire until Attila's death in 453 CE. The Huns' invasions created a sense of urgency within the Roman leadership and accelerated the empire's decline. Despite the external threats, the Western Roman Empire's internal problems were also crucial to its downfall. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's weakening was the decline in central authority. As the empire's borders were threatened by barbarians, the emperors of the Western Roman Empire struggled to maintain control over its vast territories. Corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of capable leadership further eroded the empire's ability to function. By the late 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was increasingly fragmented, with different regions controlled by local warlords and military leaders. The imperial throne became more a symbol of power than an effective center of governance. This weakening of central authority left the empire vulnerable to external forces. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer. Odoacer, a former soldier in the Roman army, had risen to power in Italy and seized control of the imperial capital, Ravenna. Romulus Augustulus, who was only a teenager at the time, was forced to abdicate, marking the official end of the Western Roman Empire. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus was the culmination of decades of decline and was seen by many historians as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It also marked the beginning of a new era in European history, as the various barbarian kingdoms that had settled within the empire's borders began to establish their own independent states. The fall of the Western Roman Empire did not signal the end of Roman influence, however. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, preserving many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In fact, many of the territories that had once been part of the Western Roman Empire would later be reclaimed by the Byzantine Empire, such as parts of Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its legacy lived on, influencing the development of medieval Europe and the formation of the modern world. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire were the result of a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures. The empire's inability to effectively manage its vast territories, coupled with invasions from barbarian groups, led to its ultimate collapse. While the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of the ancient Roman state, its cultural and political influence would continue to shape the course of history for centuries to come. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, the legacy of Rome lived on through the Eastern Roman Empire known as the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, preserving much of Roman culture, governance, and law for another 1,000 years. The Byzantines considered themselves Romans and viewed their empire as the legitimate successor to the Roman state. They inherited Roman traditions, such as the imperial system of government, the Senate, and Roman law, and adapted them to their own needs. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, especially during the early medieval period when much of Europe was in a state of decline. The Byzantines were also instrumental in preserving Roman law, which would go on to influence legal systems throughout Europe and the Western world. One of the most significant legacies of the Byzantine Empire was its legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, also known as the Justinian Code. Commissioned by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian the 6th century CE, the Justinian Code was a comprehensive compilation of Roman legal principles and precedents. It became the foundation for legal systems in many European countries and remains a key influence on modern civil law today. In addition to law, the Byzantines preserved and developed other aspects of Roman culture, such as architecture, language, and art. The architectural styles of ancient Rome were adapted by the Byzantines to create some of the most iconic structures of the medieval world, including the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The use of domes, arches, and intricate mosaics became hallmarks of Byzantine architecture. The Byzantine Empire also played a key role in the spread of Christianity, which had been adopted by the Roman Empire under Constantine in the early 4th century. The Byzantines continued to promote Christianity and built many churches, monasteries, and theological schools throughout their empire. The Byzantine Empire's commitment to Christianity helped solidify the role of the Church as a dominant force in medieval Europe and influenced the development of the Christian world for centuries to come. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which grew out of the Byzantine Empire, remains one of the world's major branches of Christianity today. Roman influence extended far beyond the Byzantine Empire. Even after the fall of Rome, Roman law, language, and culture continued to shape European society and the Western world. Latin, the language of the Romans, remained the lingua franca of scholarship, the church, and diplomacy throughout medieval Europe. Many modern European languages, including French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, evolved from Latin, and the Roman alphabet became the standard for written communication across Europe. Roman law, especially as embodied in the Justinian Code, continued to shape the legal systems of medieval Europe. Roman architecture, with its emphasis on monumental buildings, roads, and aqueducts, continued to influence European construction practices. Even in the post-Roman period, many medieval kings and rulers looked to Rome as a model for governance and sought to revive the glory of the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire, which was established in 800 CE by Charlemagne, claimed to be the successor to the Roman Empire, although it was based in Central Europe rather than Rome. The Holy Roman Empire sought to restore the political unity of Europe under the banner of Roman traditions, though it was a much more decentralized and fragmented entity than the ancient Roman Empire. The legacy of Rome also shaped the medieval world in profound ways. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Europe entered a period of instability and fragmentation known as the Dark Ages. During this time, the institutions of the Roman Empire, such as the Church and the remnants of Roman law, played a key role in providing stability and continuity. The Church, in particular, became a central institution in medieval Europe, preserving Roman cultural and intellectual traditions and acting as a unifying force in a fragmented continent. Christianity, which had been embraced by the Roman Empire, became the dominant religion in Europe and played a central role in shaping medieval society, culture, and politics. The decline of the Western Roman Empire also contributed to the formation of new political entities in Europe, such as the kingdoms of the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Visigoths. These kingdoms, while distinct from the Roman Empire, were heavily influenced by Roman law, governance, and military organization. In this way, the legacy of Rome continued to shape the development of medieval Europe. As Europe transitioned from the medieval period to the Renaissance, the legacy of ancient Rome became even more pronounced. The Renaissance was a time of renewed interest in the classical world, and many Renaissance scholars and artists looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. Roman literature, philosophy, and art were rediscovered and studied, leading to a revival of Roman ideas in the fields of education, politics, and culture. The Renaissance also saw the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, drawing heavily on the ideas of ancient Rome and Greece. In the modern world, the legacy of Rome is still felt in many aspects of our lives. Roman law continues to influence legal systems around the world, and the Roman architectural style remains a source of inspiration for buildings and structures. The Latin language and its descendants are still spoken by millions of people, and Roman culture continues to shape Western art, literature, and philosophy. Moreover, the Roman Empire's contribution to the spread of Christianity laid the foundation for much of the religious and cultural landscape of the Western world. The rise of Rome, its expansion across Europe, and its eventual decline and transformation have had a lasting impact on world history. Even in its fall, the Roman Empire's legacy endures, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure, and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century, it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare, but with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into 4 main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido Code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo, to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era.